Welcome back. It's another week of the Company Esports World Cup Continentals with metagame AI and corporate esports. We've got Europeans, we've got Americans, and we're about to send them onto the pitch to smash into one another repeatedly in the hopes of getting that ball into the goal. We've got Rocket League semifinals, 2 matches coming up, and then the finals later on today. I'm Saga, and over that direction is Falix here to join us for what's going to be a wonderful weekend of multiple games.
Thank you so much, Saga, for the quick introduction. I am excited as I ever can be because I've been following metagame's journey, not only from the very start of the company, but also obviously the qualifiers, the cups, from the very beginning. And it's been a super interesting concept. It's been a new concept that's been introduced to the world, just as much as CS obviously has done on their own as well over in the North American hemisphere. Right, companies playing against each other, and that's just a beautiful thing to watch. And you might ask yourself, how could it get more beautiful? Well, it does, because we have games like Rocket League coming up, and that's going to be the first game for this evening. Later on, we do have Counter-Strike, but we got to talk about the first 2 teams. First of which is going to be General Motors, and they'll be fighting against Brandad, the European company, on their own. And we have some very interesting names, don't we, Saga? Some jokes in there that I'm too young to understand, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an exciting one. It's not quite as crazy as what we probably have coming up in CS. I was casting the CS2 semifinals. You weren't there for that. So we'll leave that as a surprise for later on, but there is definitely some interesting usernames going on over there. But over here, we've got some very solid looking players who've been checking out the stats, lots of grand champions, even supersonic legends in the lobby as well. Up, so we can expect the quality of gameplay will actually be pretty damn high coming into a lobby like this. Perhaps not like, you know, world championship level, but definitely something that will give us entertaining matches. And speaking of which, the players are ready, so we're just about ready to start getting in to our first semi-final of the day. As you say, GM Brandad, the 2 squads, 1 AU, 1 NA, the Continental Series is ready to go.
It is a world championship, so to speak, just not organization, esports organization, but actual companies. And ultimately, as you said as well, right? Due to the fact that this is the finals already, right? The top 2 teams from Europe, the top 2 teams from North America. This isn't any casual level anymore. There's lots of really experienced, lots of great players that will be chiming into the mix here today, and we'll be facing each other off. And ladies and gentlemen, let's not wait around any longer. We do hear the bell, and that's going to be the first game of the first semi-final.
It's an interesting straight into the mix, directly forward, Gonna keep an eye out for rotations. An explosion already, a demolition this early into the game, barely 15 seconds in, and Janlau Bob has to go back for the respawn. Thankfully gets back in time to get into goal and defend what could have been an early lead for Stuck in Silverado.
Ivy playing the backbone here of this team. Make sure the defense is up to speed. That's a good try coming in from Boss. Unfortunately missed the target, misses the goal by a couple of inches, and you would think, just based off the companies itself, maybe General Motors going to have an advantage here, Zaga?
It definitely helps, doesn't it? But that, I don't think many General Motors will be hitting shots like that. Flying through the air, bouncing shot up towards the top corner, but once again defended well by the Boosty boys.
Boss is doing a crazy job rotating back and forth. Kind of reminds me of Ivy on the opposing side. Always having this last shot in his mind, making sure his teammates are in position to lead the attack while he's making sure if any random shot comes through, he's going to be there to defend it right away. And now it's kind of shifted back towards the side of Stuck in Silverado. Ooh. They're going to be careful here. This could have almost been the goal. No, Stack could keep it, but he missed the ball by just an inch again. And it's back into the opposing half.
Ivy had an opportunity there to try and sneak one in front of 3 defenders, but couldn't quite get there. Another explosion in the background. Dynamic has gone down. He's going to have to make his way back into play. Benny Waffles now trying to hold down the backline defensively. Here's a bit of an aerial play from Ivy, trying to get the ball into a dangerous position. Another explosion as Big Steve goes kaboom. It's chaotic.
They might still have the advantage here. Ooh, Benny Waffles, who does get traded, so to speak, but it's back. Under the goal of the Beastie Boys, or rather the Boosty Boys. I'm going to get to that in a minute, as they've got a great slogan ahead of themselves as well. But this continues to be a back and forth. And we said, right, this isn't just some casuals playing. This isn't a platinum lobby. This isn't what we've seen in some of the qualified games in each respective region. These are some of the best company players worldwide. And this is exactly the type of play you see here, right? No one really wants to make a mistake in the early game, and nothing has happened so far.
Long-range shot from Big Steve, but well defended again from Ivy. Positioned perfectly in the goal to prevent that from sneaking into the near post. One more time. Oh, Boss nearly found the way in, but it's the rebound from Benny Waffles. The score has been opened just under halfway into the match, and the Stuck in Silverados will be taking the lead, courtesy of a little chip shot from Benny Waffles.
Really great reposition, taking the right curve around every single one of the players of the Boosty Boys, and finds himself a great rebound. Reminds me of Ronaldo now in the Saudi League, but that's a whole different topic. Anyways, great tap-in coming in. But we got out of this teammate, obviously, and this might just be another great play. Good aerial from Jan. That was an important one that he didn't miss this, and he didn't. As we are heading back in front of the goal of Stuck in Silverado. You can see now Boosty Boys, they're trying to go a little bit more aggressive, take a little bit more risky. They need to equalize things. They've got about 2 minutes.
Boss was trying to do something really disgusting, going for a bit of a flip reset on the attack, but well read by Jan and well defended. And once again, ball taken away from Boss as he's trying to make the move forward. Needs to get out of the way, dodges. Oh! He matrix dodged out of the way, ducked out of the line of fire as that ball was on its way to connecting with him and preventing his teammate's shot. But it's Benny Waffles again from long range. Boss just about gets out of the way. It's a 2-0 lead for Stuck in Silverado.
And if you have really looked into this play closely, you can actually see, I'm not sure who it was in the end, it might have been Big Steve actually, who flew right in front of his teammate, but his purpose wasn't to touch the ball, it was to actually defend it from the Boosty Boys. So he was already pre-flying that, not to touch the ball, but to actually get any of the defensive players and tackle them mid-air to actually, you know, kind of help them from actually defending this well. Really great play, really great tactic, and this is what we said, right? This is great play. This is the World Esports Championship hits, so to speak. Just as we said before, companies, not organizations anymore.
Well, credit for that goal was in fact given to Big Steve, so maybe he did get a bit of a touch on it on its way through. Benny Waffles still more than happy to take the one. 2 shots on target for Big Steve as well. Another explosion. That's Dynamic removed once again. There's been a whole lot of demolitions. It's not doing any favors to the Boosty Boys as they're trying to find a way back into this game. He does manage to pick himself up a nice bit of boost reset, but Benny Waffles on the attack through the air, ducks underneath Janlau, trying to go for a bit of a pre-position on the aerial, almost breaks away, but Big Steve, the last line of defense, blocks them off.
A lot of defenses here. We're at the topic already. Absolutely perfect so far. I know, obviously, Stuck in Silverado is 2-0, but gotta give it up to the Boosty Boys as well. So many great aerial plays as well, and so many attacks. And Unfortunately, gotta give it up for Stuck in Silverado, though. The shots that really counted have been the ones made by them, and this looks like another great opportunity. What a save coming in from Yan. Oh my lord, that's the Beastie Boys back in action. But they do need to catch up on 2 goals with about 10 seconds left. It does seem really, really unlikely.
It looks like we're not going to overtime unless something miraculous happens right now, but no. Ball sent flying through the air. There is no time for the Boosty Boys to make their reappearance. So this will be game 1 to General Motors, the Stuck in Silverado players, making a swift 2-0 defeat. The big set of plays coming in from Big Steve, Benny Waffles, Boss with 2 assists as well. Definitely playing his part, actually maxing out in terms of score. But Janlao, solid defensive work, 4 saves on the side of the Boosty Boys, only 2 in total for Stuck in Silverado. So Boosty Boys could do with a little bit more on their offensive side of play coming into the second match.
Boosty Boys losing a bit of fuel there after the initial very aggressive beginning that we saw from both teams. And after that first goal kind of happened for Stuck in Silverado, I was a little bit worried there because you can see they try to go for a little bit more risk. They kind of open up their structure that they usually have. 1 player deep in the back, 2 players attacking to, you know, take the risk. They obviously needed it in the end, but that ultimately opened them up as well for the goal for the second one that we saw. And Stuck in Silverado, obviously, great team composition as well. You already said it, right? 2 assists on one of the players, the other ones with a goal each. That's about as perfect as it gets.
Yeah, Benny Waffles with the cool-off sunglasses on top of the roof, making those aerial plays, long-range shots flying through, but really solid defensive work from the Boosty Boys, just not quite enough to really shut out their opposition. But it's a promising sign to say that they can get in, make some of those spectacular aerial saves that we saw Janlao picking up. There were some shots that looked like they were creeping into the top corners, but he was there as a stalwart defensive line, just not quite enough to completely shut it out and go into game number 2, even with a match point advantage. So they will be 1 map behind as we start with the kickoff of game number 2.
We said before, right? There is a bit of... Oh, wow. That was way too fast. I did not expect this. This is Benny Waffles, ladies and gentlemen. And what a shot was that? Look at the aerial here, the perfect setup, and Benny Waffles just taps it in. And I've said this before, it reminds me of some of the great scores that we do have in actual footballs, but that's just perfect team play. Oh my word, I didn't even get to finish my point. Stuck in Silverado going 1 up, having the advantage again.
The best Boss's lead from the front, and Boss certainly made that goal. The aerial play, sneaking that ball through over the top, it would have crept in regardless. Wow. But Benny Waffles there just to get the final touch to secure it. We have had a bit of a substitution. Saki bombs now in play for Stuck in Silverado for match number 2. We'll see whether that is going to have a positive impact in the long term. Already, the previous 2 teammates have combined, getting a goal on the board in 5 seconds of play for Stuck in Silverado, and the Boosty Boys once again find themselves with a deficit they need to crawl back from.
This is a good aerial yet again. Oh, it's the top bar. Are you kidding me? That would have almost been the second goal. I don't think anyone was too close to really defend that, but he misses its target. It's back to 1-0, but the pressure is high. You can just see Stuck in Silverado, they're getting more and more confident in their abilities. They push more and more. They take more risks, and deservingly so. They can at the moment. They're 1-0 up. They've already got a goal very early on in this one.
That was so close to sneaking over the top of Ivy and into the goal, but there was thankfully an additional player there back to defend. Dynamic doing what he can to try and get a dribble on the wall past the defensive line of Stuck in Silverado, but the rotation's just a little too quick. There's always an additional player back to defend. Benny Waffles takes that role for himself this time, as once more the Boosty Boys' attack is thwarted.
Dynamic. Tried to go for an aerial down the middle. Would have actually been perfect. I think one of the players were out of position for Stuck in Silverado at that point. And Stuck in Silverado themselves, they don't need to be careful yet, but as we said before, right, they're losing their composure just a little bit, taking more risks, putting on more pressure. This can work against you if you're not careful enough. And Boosty Boys, on the other hand, seem to kind of want to try and use the space that they've been given. A little bit more pressure now in the mid-game.
Janlao not quite connecting with the ball, but he gets himself into a good position for an attack. They might have just snuck one in. Oh, it looked as though Janlao had messed up his potential counter-attack, but it was Dynamic's through ball, perfectly positioned for a cheeky little flip into the far corner, and nobody there for Stuck in Silverado to defend. It's just like you said, they're pushing it a little bit further now, making their moves on their offense and leaving their defensive line a little bit exposed, and this time it's punished by the Boosty Boys.
Gotta be careful. It's not only about the speed when it comes to cars, is it? And this right there, yeah, as you said, right? Perfect analogy of what we were talking about. Stuck in Silverado getting a little bit too confident, a little bit too aggressive on these pushes, and thus just an easy tap in from almost the mid line was enough to equalize things. Oh, what is this? They turn it around in just a minute of playtime. Boosty Boys have taken the lead yet again. 2-1. A scenario where they should not have been that out of position. Actually, every single player on that team was in front of the goal, and no defense to be seen anywhere close. And that's it, 2-1 now. The first time in this matchup, they will be taking the lead.
It's a relentless assault like a swarm of raptors. No way out for the defensive line. Every time they tried to make a clearance, there was someone there just to steal the ball away. And once again, it's an easy tap in. Boosty Boys 2-1 up. Their first advantage that they've had through the entire series. But Benny Waffles still feeling confident, trying to go for a little bit of a juggle, but not quite going to go in his favor. The defense read it well. Dynamic with a chance now to get a long ball clearance through. It's stolen away from Boss by Ivy, and a big bump from Dynamic opens up a chance for a little bit more on the attack. And Janlau gets it right back into the danger zone. And again, another repeat. Dynamic flips the wrong way. He goes for a back flip instead of a front flip, misses the ball completely, and now it's a long-range shot. But Dynamic rights the wrong, gets back in position in time to defend.
Ooh, Sucky Bombs misses the defense shot, though. He's lucky that his teammates were there in time to support him and get it back into the opposing half, but still, 1 minute and 20 to get one goal. They're not out of this yet. They still need to be very, very careful, and General Motors have shown us that they can absolutely get these goals in just a minute of playtime. And I gotta reference it now before it's too late. The second name here being Beastie Boys. No sleep till backboard, which is a reference to No Sleep in Brooklyn, I guess. Which unfortunately I'm too understand, but maybe you can get some clearance on that.
Yeah, I reckon you might actually be correct on that. It probably is a reference to one of the most famous Beastie Boys songs of all time. You might be onto it.
No.
But thankfully, no sabotage for their teammates coming through, as Janlau doesn't quite connect with the clearance. Last line of defense from Ivy, though. Huge save needed, as both teammates were left completely out in the blue, out in the cold. But Ivy's there to defend when all is on the line. 30 seconds remaining. Benny Waffles just about gets a touch on what could have been a dangerous ball, but thankfully Boss is there to clean it up. And now Dynamic with a quick turnaround. Has a 1 versus 1.
Oh, Dynamic with the arrow. Maybe he can get it in. Oh, the backboard. Just in time there. Stuck in Silverado has got the defense back up. But that was almost possible for Dynamic to get with the backboard. Maybe there was a way to get it in. But unfortunately, with just 6 seconds left, it looks all the more unlikely now for Stuck in Silverado to make the comeback happen. Ball still needs to touch the ground. That's a shot. It's 3-1. It goes in. And that's a big confidence boost now as we head into match 3. It's going to go all the way. And what a comeback, as we've said, right? They win the first goal. They take it. They make it 1-0. And then, as we said, as we prophesized as well, they get a little bit too greedy. They get a little bit too confident. And 3 goals fall off the back of that.
We've got a series, Falix. Janlau Bob with a huge score, 3 goals, a hat trick for him with 4 shots, 44 touches, including that final last second goal. All they needed to do was get that ball out of play, get it to the corner, make sure that there's no way you can be scored upon with that final second of play holding on as long as it did. But he goes above and beyond a long range shot, and there's no way to keep that out. We've had a massive turnaround from the Boosty Boys in game number 1, losing out 2-0, and then coming back, swinging back with a 3-1 punch of their own.
It reminds me of this legendary reverse sweep that we've seen in the Gauntlet qualifier, where they did make it into the finals as well. That was kind of a mix-up between 2 companies and the players that we see right here. But I mean, they went to this as underdogs. I thought of the first match, it's going to be really tough to get back. The first goal happens, makes it even tougher. And then Yan Lao, we got a harder to play, right? You said it as well. Not only stats-wise, but also performance-wise. Yeah. In-game, his impact, unmatched, brings it back for his team. What a team performance. And I don't want to say it's 50-50 now, right? No one seems to have an advantage, really.
Well, whatever happens now, System Failure, our player coach of Brandad, who's also a video game journalist doing copywriting and marketing, he's going to have some stuff to write about because this has been an exciting series. Looked as though it might have been going the way of the General Motors squad, but a swift return back into action for the Boosty Boys. And now, map 3. This could be a heavy swing in favor one way or the other, depending on who can get an early advantage. Even with a goal 5 seconds into the match, it was not enough for Stuck in Silverado.
Final map is what it's going to come down to, ladies and gentlemen. And we wouldn't have it any other way. But be reminded, even after this semi-final is over, we will have another one. Right after that one, which will obviously show us the next two companies, the best team in North America, actually facing off the best team in Europe, as we are in the World Championship, and then obviously the finals right after. So stay tuned. If this second match has shown you anything, is that the level of play here is incredible. And we were kind of talking about this right going into the games. What can we really expect? What are the ranks? What are the teams really capable of? This shows you they're capable of a whole lot, and they have practiced in between the regional finals and the World Esports Championship that we see here as well.
Kicking off with the third match of a potential 7 in this first of our 2 semi-final series. They'll be the first to claim 4 victories, will make their way through to the finals, where they will face off against whoever is successful in our second round semi-final matchup coming up as soon as this one is over. And we're making sure that this is an exciting series. 30 seconds in, no one has found the goal just yet. It took about 2.5 minutes for our first goal to be scored in this series. But then in match number 2, 5 seconds was all it took, but it still was not enough. And the Boosty Boys answered back, tying up the series and leaving us now with 5 matches to decide who's going to get the win.
5 matches, rather 5 minutes, but I do agree. Make that 4 now, as you've already crossed the first minute mark. This is the first good opportunity here for Boosty Boys. Unfortunately, just barely passing the goal there. If it would have had a little bit more boost in the tank, maybe that would have been the 1-0 already, but this is good for both teams. No really at a disadvantage that early. Many will see the highest level of play. No one really necessary to take risks. Not really forced into that really, into that kind of underdog position mid-game. Which is obviously exactly what I want to see. Both teams showing off best of their abilities. How did that still go in? Saki bombs with a retouch. It looked like it was going to be perfect defense coming in from, I guess, Dynamic. No, it was Ivy, actually. No, it was Dynamic. Look at this. That's great defense. But off the back of that, he anticipated that defense and flew in right below that ball. Touches it in. 1-0 now for Stuck in Silverado. But let's be honest, Boosty Boys, they're comfortable with this. We've seen this a million times by now.
There was no way that Stuck in Silverado were going to allow that not to go into the Boosty Boys goal. A huge flying save from Dynamic, but the instant rebound, and Stuck in Silverado with an advantage once again. For the 3rd match in a row, they score the opening goal, but only once have they managed to convert it into a victory. A big bump from Boss onto Saki bombs to send them flying into the fray to try and make a bit of a challenge for the ball. Dynamic over the top, but Janlao has been exploded in the background. And that might just stem the attack for the Boosty Boys. But Ivy gets a bit of a response. Another explosion as the ball goes flying towards the Boosty Boys goal, but they can't quite find the angle. No, Dynamic holding the line effectively.
Man, really dangerous right there. Dynamic didn't have any boosts anymore. And that's ultimately what happened as well. When we saw that defense, right? Dynamic tried to make it over the top, but didn't have any boost. Really, really ruined their chances at bringing it back just a couple seconds beforehand. But have defended it quite valiantly up until this point. Points stands though, it's 1-0. Ivy now makes it through the lines, but he needs to have some sort of support. And it's only Dynamic now. He misses the ball as well. Yanlao is there to bring it back into control. I'm saying that, but he missed it as well. And that's a far shot now off the backboard. Maybe that's a chance. Dynamic again. What a defense. As Stuck in Silverado is putting on heavy pressure now. But no second goal.
You can see, even with the 1-goal advantage, Stuck in Silverado is not the most comfortable. There was a bit of a team collision that opened up an opportunity, an angle of attack for Ivy, but the defense was there. But a huge send from Big Steve straight through the middle. A massive, powerful shot, but it's defended once again by Ivy. The ball just trickles wide of the post this time around. Boss not quite connecting with the aerial attempt, but it's sent back into the fray. One off the backboard, down, but there's no one there to finish it off. Boss comes flying back in, but the defense was solid from the Boosty Boys.
What is that? That's just 3 almost goals happening for Stuck and Silverado. And now the defense has to be careful. There was an open ball for a second. I thought that was going to be the chance for the Boosty Boys, but no, Stuck and Silverado is there. 1 minute 15 now as we are approaching the last minutes of this semi-final. And it looks like Stuck and Silverado does have a little bit more.
Ooh.
A
Ivy.
little more grip here, a little bit more chances. That's another one. Saki Bombs almost gets it in, but it's about 1 minute remaining. And as we're seeing right now, it might happen! Oh, Dynamic! What have you just done? That's a great shot straight to the middle. I don't think anyone expected that. Everyone was kind of ready for an aerial there. And that's a little bit of a miscommunication as well. 2 plays at the same time for Stuck and Silverado. Tried to make something happen in the middle of it. And there's only one that really got away with it, and that's Dynamic. Make it 1-1.
Did Boss run out of boost? He was inches away from making contact with the ball in the air, but just took all the momentum off. Not enough to take it out of the path of Dynamic rampaging forwards. The ball takes a rebound. He hits it again with power, with aplomb, straight down the center, and nobody there left to defend. It's 1 apiece. As map 3, we're tied up in map score, we're tied up in game, and 30 seconds left for either team to try and steal the advantage. And this might be a big play, but off the crossbar, the shot from Big Steve does not find the target.
Lucky Bombs. It's the backflip though, repositions nicely. Unfortunately, his teammate can't quite clear it. So it's gotta be back under control. Yan Lao as well, maybe he can do something. Great aerial defense yet again. And it looks like we are going to overtime indeed. 8 seconds, that's a good demolition here against Saki Bomb. And it looks like it might be enough, but not really. There comes another aerial. Ball hasn't touched the ground yet. Oh, what? That was a second off of potentially making the goal happen for Stuck and Silverado. That is insane, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into overtime, though.
It bounced on the goal line. That is painful. If it was 1 second earlier, but it does not matter because Boss makes up for it. Off the crossbar, back onto his forehead. It's an easy little tip over the line into the bar. Janlao just couldn't get himself coordinated. Ball coming in from a tight, awkward angle behind him. Could not figure out his positioning in time. Very, very close matchup, but it's Stuck in Silverado, who this time sneak out a lead above Boosty Boys in overtime for our 3rd match of the first semifinals.
Good stuff. Good stuff from Stuck in Silverado. Man, almost giving it away. That would have been heartbreaking if they wouldn't have been able to secure that one. Let's be honest. After that last second almost goal, they must have been frustrated. That would have been a mental breakdown if they have lost this matchup. But it is 2-1. And it's something that, we got to be honest, a lot of people did expect coming into this matchup as well. The Stuck in Silverado was going to go and get a little bit of a better entry, and also potentially, I wouldn't say dominate, but you know, let's be honest. We said Beastie Boys was going to be the underdog, but after the first match, especially after the second match, I wasn't so sure anymore. But they are showing it, especially in mid-game, that they are deservingly taking the favorites.
Yeah, they're really taking the fight to Stuck in Silverado, dragging them to overtime. So close to denying overtime with the ball literally bouncing on the goal line at 0 seconds. If they had 1 extra second, maybe the ball bounces up into a position where they could deny overtime. But it did not matter because 12 seconds is all it took to secure their victory in match number 3. So Stuck in Silverado, definitely proficient at getting those early goals. This is, I mean, if we count overtime as a fresh slate, this is the 4th time in 3 matches that they have scored the opening goal from kickoff, seeming just to get the advantage over Boosty Boys early on every single time. That's something that's going to need to be fixed if the Boosty Boys are going to try and make a comeback as we head into game number 4.
Boosty Boys, they gotta show us something now. Even the second match that they've won was a comeback story. Lots of individual mistakes from Stuck in Silverado. So I think confidence might not be at an all-time high, especially not after the last game. They gotta bring it back, maybe open things up for once. That's a good shot. Ivy almost makes it in. What a defense from Saki Bombs though. Keeps General Motors in this one in the early game.
That was a double shot attempt as well. Dynamic got a touch on that was headed goalwards. But Stuck in Silverado prevented them both. A double explosion for the Boosty Boys, but it's them who concede once again. just resetting. Stuck in Silverado straight back into position to get on the end of a beautiful cross straight down the middle. And he can't quite make it there. Dynamic flying across the face of goal, but the timing on the angle a little bit off. And once again, Stuck in Silverado opened the scoring.
Man, I feel for Dynamic. Oh, he almost makes up for it, though. He almost would have fit that one. That was a beautiful team play right off the get-go. But yeah, I mean, beautiful team play yet again. How do they just convert all of these? The defense in shambles right now. Unfortunately, General Motors seems to be just ice cold in front of the goal. They do not give away any opportunities. And that's a 2-0 lead now after 1 minute of playtime. Looks like it's going to be a full explosive game 4 here.
Just not quite setting themselves in the position to deal with that assault along the side of the walls from the corner flag. But this might be an opening now for them. Big Steve there to defend. He goes for an aerial, a little touchdown off the crossbar again. Stuck in Silverado, almost taking themselves to a 3-0 lead within 90 seconds of the match. But unfortunately unable to convert. 2-0 will be the advantage. It's what they won game number 1 by, unanswered by the Boosty boys. They're going to need to try and find themselves an opening quickly. Dynamic with a long-range clearance. It will be cut out by Benny Waffles, thrown back into a dangerous position. Jan Lau. Try and reset, but a ball over the top. Benny Waffles, it's taken away by Ivy.
Yeah, and have to be careful. They only at about 45 in terms of boost. Dangerous. If he really wanted to make that defense happen, luckily the ball did get cleared. But it's an attack again from Stuck on Silverado. A little bit back and forth here. Maybe Stevie can do it this time around. Aerial, great shots off the backboard. Someone is always there this time around. It's Benny Waffles. How does that work every single time? And General Motors, I mean, that's going to be the most efficient map they've played up until this point. 3 chances, which is what it feels like, and 3 goals.
The close control from Big Steve. No sleep till backboard. Well, they bounce that off the backboard and send the Boosty boys to sleep. It's 3-0 for Stuck in Silverado. And they've got a dominating lead, putting them potentially on the verge of match point in this opening best of 7 of our semi-finals. And a Big Steve's aerial control was just gorgeous to watch.
Yeah, it seems to be quite proficient when it comes to defense so far. That's not what the Beastie Boys have really been lacking in, unfortunately. Defense has been great. Yes, there's been 3 goals conceded now, so that seems like kind of a weird statement, but let's be honest, they've just been ice cold, as we said, right? They've been super efficient, all of that. That's a great aerial demolition. Maybe they can do something with it. But no,
I was back in play.
Not by the looks of it. 1 minute 55. You think that's realistic, Saga?
Judging by what we've seen so far, it's not looking good for the Boosty boys, and it might get worse. Another bouncing shot from Saki Bombs. Difficult to deal with, to judge that trajectory, but they do it well. Ivy prevents this any worse. Could have been a 4-0 game easily. But Big Steve now with that aerial control again, directs the ball goalwards, and Dynamic can't defend it. Gets the angle ever so slightly wrong. And Big Steve in the air once again with a deft touch that takes 2 defenders out of the game. And it's a 4-0 lead. I think it's fair to say this game is over and done with. The Boosty boys looking down the barrel of match point for every single game remaining in this series from this point onwards.
Man, that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. I think that was like maybe the 4th direct shot at the goal, and that's the 4th goal. I mean, as a result of it, that's just... They can't seem to get the defense going. That's the 5th one. Saki Bombs puts salt into the wound that is already a pretty big one, unfortunately, in game number 4, and that's the most one-sided map that we've seen up until this point. There doesn't seem to be any chance in this one for the underdogs, for the Boosty boys, but yeah, I mean, let's be honest, they just got to clear this one off and go next.
Yeah, shake it off. That was just an unfortunate deflection from Ivy, putting the ball straight back into the line of fire for Saki Bombs just to nestle it into the bottom corner. Sometimes it's that easy. That's all you've got to do. Saki Bombs still scrapping, though, still fighting. Stuck in Silverado, if they can make this an absolute rout, dominating. And maybe that just blows the confidence of the Boosty Boys out of the window, makes their final match in this series an easy one. But the Boosty Boys still looking like they're going to be willing to put up a fight, but it's an uphill battle for sure. Bit of team collisions as well as Janlau tries to take over, make something happen from his own corner. Dynamic getting the ball back into play, but Benny Waffles clearing it out once more. 30 seconds remaining in our first match.
He'd probably go for another demolition right there. As Zabi tried to clear it away from the back lines, but 20 seconds to go. Maybe one goal would be amazing for the Boosty Boys, a little bit of confidence back. Ended on a high note, but it's going to be the exact opposite. Saki Bomb scores it in. And right now, they just seem to be, I mean, dominant. Just straight up dominance. Every single shot just goes in. Defense throw down low, not looking as clean as we've seen in the first couple of games coming in from Boosty Boys as well. And there's that. If in Rocket League, you know, you open up yourselves a couple times too often and, you know, an enemy gets rolling just like that, a couple of individual plays really go against you. It's just having a 6-0 situation really, really fast.
It's one of those games where you just have to hold your hands up and say, yeah, they got the better of us this time, but it's okay. We've still got several more chances to try and take the fight back to them. Notice no one in the chat spamming close one this time, so whether that could have been serious or ironic, who knows, but just an absolutely dominating scoreline on the score sheet and on the leaderboard as well. 769 points. Saves across the board as well for Stuck in Silverado, but the Boosty Boys saves just nowhere close. Only 2 across the entire squad. It seems like once those first couple of goals went in, they almost entered into somewhat of a panic mode, or maybe just pushing a little more aggressively to try and mount the comeback, not focusing so much on that clean defensive duties that we saw in the first couple of matches that really worked out in their favor. But a 6-0 scoreline, that's a tough one to deal with. And now match point for Stuck in Silverado. So that mental reset has to come quickly for them to have a chance to try and fight their way back.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, not really with the performance that we've seen in the previous games as well. The saves were missing, but also the goals and assists were obviously missing. So not really many chances being created, and it didn't feel like they created much either, right? It wasn't just a thing of they were just really unfortunate the goals didn't happen. It was just constant pressure coming in from General Motors and obviously Stuck in Silverado. And they seem anything but Stuck in Silverado right now. If they convert this confidence to the next match, I think it's going to be very, very dire for obviously the Beastie Boys.
It's not been an easy couple of games for them to try and play out, and particularly the last one, a 6-0 defeat, is always going to play on your mind. But now the pressure is well and truly on. They have no more chances, no more opportunities, no more ways that they can fail and still move on. They cannot slip from this point onwards.
Are you kidding me?
And that will definitely help. 5 seconds into this matchup, a long-range shot from basically his own goal line.
No.
Big Steve didn't have the boost to get over the top. Benny Waffles didn't have the boost to get there in time to defend. And for the first time in the entire matchup, this entire semi-finals, Boosty Boys gets on the board first.
That's incredible. And Yanlao, he must have realized that 2 of the players were probably out of boost. So he shoots it really far, really great play, quick thinking as well from Yan, right off the bat. That's what they need now. Started off strong, and that's what they did as well. 20 seconds played, and you already equalized things. No way! Benny Waffle scores again. He's just been dominant in the last 2 matches. He does not miss a chance. Look at this shot again. Yep, the only player somewhere close to it, but even that didn't happen. And there it goes again, Star Wars celebration. Benny Waffles deservingly so equalizes things. Ice cold up until this point. And if they keep this up, I don't think the long-range shots are going to really help them.
Yan might have had an opportunity to extend the lead at the far end, just couldn't quite keep the shot down, went up above the backboard, gave the opportunity for the defensive work of Big Steve to get back into position. And that's set up nicely for his teammate to finish off the job. At the far end, another demolition. Gives an opportunity maybe for Boss to try and find an angle on an aerial assault, but Janlau gets up into position to defend. Big Steve lurking on the side of the walls. The aerial juggles once again, but it's directly into the path of Ivy.
No.
Off the post. Across the face of goal, but there's no one there to turn it in, but back up off the backboard, and Janlau rises above the competition. They are not going down without a fight.
No, they are not. That's a great aerial as well. Almost got defended in time. And look at this. You can't even blame the defense right there. Everyone was in position. 2 players right in front of the goal. One really trying to notch the aerial. Got to go for the aerial defense right on the backboard. And still, Yellow comes out on top. That's just been, I think, the most individual player so far for Boosty Boys by far. He's just been having so many individual moments. And it has to be said as well, right? In this game, 2 goals again.
Definitely a much better start for the Boosty Boys. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than the game before this. So seeing them clawing back, fighting, even when they get so quickly equalized on after finding the opening goal, still putting in their efforts, still trying to make it the best case they can to stake their claim in the finals. It's a long road to get there from this point, and Stuck in Silverado styling on it a little bit with Boss going for some aerial juggling. And another repeat offensive bit of work coming through. Benny Waffles with the bouncing shot into the top corner. The defense, no way to try and find the angle for Dynamic. Look at that, off the floor, up. Janlao goes for a jump, doesn't get anywhere close to the height required. Over the top, score evened up once again. And Stuck in Silverado, if they find this advantage and continue to hold it, they will be making their way through to the finals.
That's what it looks like. That's really what it looks like right now, but it's far from over. They still have the opportunity for something really, really big here. Stuck in Silverado, yes, has equalized things now. Every time it looks good for the Beastie Boys, they strike right back, especially Benny Waffles does. With his Death Star celebration, it's giving me some serious flashbacks now. I'm not even playing in this one. I'd be scared of the next celebration this man has. Because it always seems to be happening at the most unfortunate times for the Boosty Boys. Another great shot coming in from Benny Waffles. This time around, it is safe though. That's Dynamic coming into the mix. He's had a great performance in match 1 as well. In match 2, he's the backbone of that team defensively. Made sure they won that match. The only match they've won up until this point. And thus, they gotta channel that energy back again here in match number 5. Because by the looks of it, there is a lot more pressure now working against Stuck in Silverado than the last 2 matches combined.
Oh, Dynamic got the explosion, got the touch almost over the top of Big Steve, but they don't call him Big Steve for nothing. Just about gets enough height to take that ball away from what could have been a dangerous position. And a swift counterattack from long distance off the backboard, but it's taken care of. Dynamic now flying forwards, does get a touch on the ball. A much heftier touch on Boss, though. Takes him out of the equation for a few seconds. Evens up the score, but he can't get in position to defend off the post. Ivy is there to clean it up. Takes the ball out of the dangerous position in front of goal as the last defender. And Dynamic, a swift little deft touch over the top of the onrushing Benny Waffles, but Big Steve there to take it away, trying to set up a teammate, but no. Defensive work swarmed from all angles.
Benny Waffles get a lot of boost to do that aerial right now, and it makes it happen! How does it always go in with this one? Benny Waffles yet again. He had around 70 boost when he started this. Every single player was in position almost, and I think Dynamic touches it as well. And because of that, it redirects a tiny bit towards the right. And Ivy just couldn't defend that one anymore in time. Great shot again, and Stuck in Silverado. They turned the scoreline around. It was 1-0 at the start. Make that 2-3.
Super unlucky bit of defensive work. The aerial defense bounces, clears the ball directly back into the onrushing Benny Waffles, and the angle is perfect for the ball just to make its way once again, sneaking through on a bounce shot into the top corner. Long range shot. Ivy has to try and get back and defend. There's no onrushing attack just yet, but they do manage to clear the ball. Momentum taken away from it as Big Steve gets a little bit of a touch. Dynamic flying in. Clears up. 30 seconds remaining. Boosty Boys have to try and find a response, even up this game. Otherwise, they are eliminated. And Stuck in Silverado will be making their way as the first team to qualify to finals.
Yeah, now he realizes there's 20 seconds and Stuck in Silverado. Obviously, they do as well. Just get the ball as far away from the goal as possible. And that's what they're doing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to come down to the wire. Yenlao denies that attack, keeps it mid-air. 5 seconds. The ball is not supposed to touch obviously the ground just yet if we're on the favor of Boosty Boys, but I think it does. And there it goes. General Motors is going to run away with it. They've had the advantage starting match 1. The Boosty Boys, they didn't want to let this happen in match number 2, but anything after that was just rather dominant from Stuck in Silverado. Until this very game, I gotta be honest, until this very game, I thought it was gonna be possible. 2-2, even then I kind of believed in the Boosty boys. They showed some really, really great team play as well. Yanla was kind of activating his score from the very first 2 matches again as well, but in the end, they run away with it. And you gotta highlight Benny Waffles, I think, Saga. You gotta highlight him. 3 goals again. It's not the first time we've seen this kind of performance, and he's been kind of an X factor against Boosty boys. They just don't really know how to defend his aerials. They seem pretty straightforward, but somehow they always go in.
If you're one of the teams playing in our second semifinals matchup and hoping that you're making the progression to the grand finals yourself, that is something definitely to take note of, that your aerial defense has to be on point, because the likes of Big Steve, that he was doing some insane aerial controls for massive distances, getting his team into solid positions, no chance for the defense to try and take that possession away from him. Benny Waffles, those bank shots, the bouncing shots into the top corner, so unbelievably accurate. A huge performance from Stuck in Silverados and a much-deserved 4-1 victory, including a 6-0 shutout in game number 4. Huge stuff from them. And, well, we'll be seeing whether or not they can repeat that in the finals up against whoever qualifies through our semi-final number 2, which will be coming up shortly. But Boosty boys, that's it. Their run in the Continentals is over. They put up a valiant effort. Their defensive work was solid in some of the games, faltered a little bit in others, but it just was not quite enough to stand up to Stuck in Silverado.
I thought maybe a reverse sweep was going to be happening, but unfortunately it doesn't. And Brandad, we haven't mentioned that company all too much, but Brandad obviously the team, or rather the company, obviously Boosty Boys is representing here. Still, thank you so much for participating. Even if you haven't performed as well as you wanted to, you really have, but at least haven't gotten to the final. It's an achievement in and of itself getting here, right? Be reminded, this is the top 2 from each regional finals that will be facing off throughout the rest of these days, and have already faced off last weekend as well. So this isn't just any team, it's already the best of the best, and if you fall out here, I think that speaks volumes above even making it here in the first place. So thank you so much for participating. Great team, great players, and I'm sure we will see them again sometime soon, because I don't think they want to go out like this next year.
No, somewhat of an underdog team, a smaller software development company of about 100 or so employees, and you're up against the massive global might of General Motors. So regardless of the result, a valiant effort for the Boosty boys of Brandad, and them getting at least 1 match on the board is full credit due to them. But they will not be moving on. It will be Stuck in Silverados who will make their way to the finals, where they will face off against whoever qualifies from semi-finals 2, which will be coming up after a very short break. Part 2 of the semifinals here for Rocket League of the Company Esports World Cup Continentals, where we've already seen one dominating performance from Stuck in Silverado of General Motors. The North American squad have already booked their ticket to the grand finals, which will be coming up shortly. But before we get there, we have to find out who they're going to be playing up against. I'm Saga. I've got Falix with me here as we're going to head into the second set of semifinals for the Corporate Esports and Metagame AI Continental Series.
We saw General Motors heading against Brandad. This time around, it's going to be Epic Systems against Volkswagen, the massive company from Germany with some really great players. Maybe before we get into this match, I want to talk about this because you have one player in particular who's I don't want to say like ways above everyone else, but kind of yes, maybe. We'll see. There's a player called XTimo97 on that squad, and he was inside that top 150 players in, I'm not sure if it was the recent one, but in one of the RLCS qualifiers, which is kind of like the highest Rocket League you can really play in.
Wow.
You know, you're kind of like a pathway into like a professional kind of esports hemisphere. And yeah, he was on 150, which is kind of ridiculous, I guess. Saga.
Supersonic Legend, I believe is the in-game rank. That's scary. That is pretty terrifying to come up against, considering basically all of the players that we just watched perform in semifinals number 1, roughly Grand Champ 1 to 3, the typical.
Which is crazy already.
Which, yeah, that we're talking about like 1700 elo. This guy's hit well over 2,000. So definitely one to be afraid of if you're coming in as the half and half flips from Epic Systems, who also had a team competing in the Counter-Strike 2 qualifiers in the previous week. But we're here for Rocket League, and we're here to see whether or not Timo can do enough to get his team, the Bronze Dangers of Volkswagen, across the line and into the grand finals, where they will face off against Stuck in Silverado. Players are getting in for match number 1 of 7. Felix, it's going to be hectic.
It is going to be hectic, and as we said before, right? This isn't just the regional finals anymore. This is the top players, the top teams from each regional kind of championship themselves testing off. So this is a surprise to me. We see even people like Timo that we've talked about before, right? Above 2,000 elo facing it off now here at the World Esports Corporate Championship. And we got to say as well, it's something really cool that Metagame does these brawls every once in a while, where you can get to know other players from different companies, or maybe even inside your company. You play with them, you play a couple like small, more like casual tournaments, and that's what they found their third player. So this is actually really cool as well, right? You find other corporate employees to game with. So this is ultimately what it comes to, what it comes down to, right? Meeting new players, coming together, enjoying the unity of esports, playing together as a team, and enjoying the competitiveness of it all as well. So, I mean, give it up for Brandad, right?
That's what it's all about. Not only making those connections, but also finding foes to vanquish. And if they can be on the opposite side of the Atlantic, all the better for it, as an early couple of shots came flying through. Timo was exploded out of the game, but that just set Maisie up for a long-range shot that was defended well by half and half flips. And Croctopus trying to keep the ball in a dangerous position. A bit of a reset back as Reiki trying to chase it down, taking a 1v1 with Cryptero, but support has come flying through in the form of Quagia. And a bit of an aerial attack, but Timo is there to try and respond. Can't get the touch as Quoctopus has it taken away from just above the front bumper. Stolen from under the nose, and Timo with the second follow-up touch as well in the air. An individual effort getting the better of multiple players of the half and half squad, and Timo opens up the scoring for Bronze Danger.
I mean, we didn't want to say that it was going to be a dominating game here, potentially coming up from Timo, but this is a good start, isn't it? That's exactly what we expect from someone who plays at the very highest level of Rocket League internationally. So, I mean, yeah, crazy that Volkswagen was able to find a player like that to represent them here. Obviously, he is an employee of the company itself, so they didn't just find a random guy to, represent a player, no, but he's an actual employee, obviously. So, crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. So maybe every once in a while, when you're sitting in the office next time, who knows who's sitting next to you, right? Bring them into esports. Bring them into esports. You never know who's sitting next to you.
Oh, an inverse backflip to save that final shot coming in as Cryptero does a little bit of goalkeeping, but once again, it's Timo up in the air with the rebound off the backboard. Big full send flying forwards from Reiki sets him up beautifully. Quoctopus just can't quite find the angle to take it away from the onrush of Teemo for his second of the game in as many minutes. And it's a 2-0 lead for Bronze Danger.
And he makes it look so easy, right? It's probably a lot more chaotic, a lot more hectic last game, a lot more high level and more fast-paced as well. But this time around, it's just one touch into the middle. Teemo's there and just dives it right in. That's how easy some of these absolute top players make it look. But this is not a bad team on the opposing side by any means, right? And this is it. Okay. This is what I've been talking about. They can score goals on their own as well. Cryptero is there and takes it in. Good defense as well. Demolition there, but it ultimately wasn't enough. And there's a very well-placed shot as well, I gotta say. Almost the defense that was there in time, but it did go into the top right corner. Perfectly placed, as we said before, half and half. Getting onto the scoreline as well, and showing us that they can return fire, even against someone like Teemo.
Powered into the top right corner, no real chance for any defense to come through. And Cryptero at least halves the lead for half and half. Now they've got to try and find one more within the next 2 minutes and prevent any more from going through for Bronze Danger. Quoctopus getting a high arcing shot that can't quite get the better of Maisie as long range attempts to get the ball bouncing off the corner into a dangerous position. Responded too well. Cryptero a little indecisive about whether the trajectory of the ball was going to go in his favor or not, but Quagia gets the better of it, takes it away. Reiki sends it straight back in, and Maisie almost, with a flying effort, does get a touch on the ball, but it's taken away by Cryptero.
Good defense yet again. Going up from both teams, really. No one's putting themselves into too much danger. There was a couple of misses from half and half in the beginning, but that's mostly been perfected now. And Quagia was waiting there for a second. Is that really going in? And yes, it does. Great aerial once again coming out from half and half. And that early scoreline that we said is a little bit dangerous, a little bit too early as well. The performance that we've seen from Teemo, we thought, maybe this is going to be dominating. Not really. Half and half has brought it back. 2-2. Make that 2-2 with a 1.5 minute almost to go as well. This is open for anyone.
That's a solid response. Long range, bouncing attempt. And defense just not able to get themselves positioned correctly to prevent it from going through. And now we've got a game on our hands. Half and half. Conceding 2 goals early on, but finding the goal themselves twice as well, unanswered. And now, momentum with them. As they're looking for a final response. Maisie with an attempt from close range, but can't quite get the trickle around the corner of the post. Bounces off. The ball's still in play. Free bit of aggression now. Quoctopus can't quite find the flip, but it does at least deceive Maisie, who goes a little bit too far, committed to try and clear the ball. Doesn't get the angle quite right, but Reiki's on the offensive now. Oh, a good one too, but Quagia takes it away before any final shots can come.
That's massive. Quagia, what a defense that was just a moment ago. Takes away the ball, denies the double pass. That looked so beautiful there for a moment for Bronze Dagger, but he denies it. And puts it back into position of half and half. This might just be one of the last shots that we've seen. Barely misses the post. Second one goes in though. 8 seconds left to go. Are you kidding me? Cryptero somehow takes it in. And I thought it was over. The chance was gone, but then Cryptero comes in. Somehow he's still got the boost ready. And Teemo can't defend it in time. He can't make it back in time. Oh, 8 seconds left to go. They've turned this game around.
The whole squad on the goal line, defending with their last breaths. But it was too much pressure from half and half. Teemo trying to take matters into his own hands, but Cryptero, the goal scorer, takes the ball away as he tries to make the aerial play, but it does not work in their favor. Half and half with a huge turnaround. The Batmobile gets it over the line for them with his second goal, 6 saves as well. Huge work on both ends of the pitch from Cryptero, and a well-deserved comeback victory for half and half.
I mean, that's just insane. What a comeback. I thought that was over. I expected more dominance to follow after Teemo had these amazing first 2 goals, and in really quick succession as well, right? It started right away. The Bronze Dagger was kind of looking like they're going to run away with it until Quagia and Co brought it back. Not only great shots, but great defense as well. I'll give it up for them. Not losing hope either. I know if you have someone like that on the opposing side, I'm sure they check Rocket League statistics as well, right? if they get into the lobby, they'll take a quick look at the names. They'll see how experienced the enemies are. So they might have had somewhat of an idea of what level, you know, Teemo's playing at. To not have that kind of confidence that we've seen is something that's really hard to teach and something you just gotta have. And they obviously had it, right? 3-2. That's a great comeback.
Well, it's not an individual game. It is a team sport, and it is the team play that gets the job over the line. But no, we can't really understate just how effective it was for 6 saves from Cryptero at the defensive end, as well as getting that final goal to get them over the line, get the first match point on their side. And it's now game number 2 of this best of 7 with the advantage to half and half.
It starts off very chaotic, very aggressive again! And in the first 15 seconds, Teemo's gonna score again! How can this man be stopped in the first stages? Apparently, the answer is no, just not at all. Look at this one. It's a quick touch. One I think they barely even expected from the PoE of half and half. It looked like he was really out of position until that bomb really came in deep. And he didn't really have to do much anymore after that one. Literally just touch it and it went in. Brandad starting it off strong again. But if history has shown us anything, it's that we cannot be too certain what these scorelines in the beginning really mean.
Just a misread, I think, on the defensive clearance. Just gave Teemo the opening to get underneath the defensive player and touch that ball into the back of the net. The second attempt, as he tries to carry it from range, is thwarted, though, and a double tap over the top. Actually takes the ball over the top of Reiki, but Maisie is there to respond, clear the ball out, and the rotation from Teemo will prevent anything more coming from the long-range attempts. That midfield looks like Maisie and Reiki are doing a lot of the heavy lifting towards the center, but Quagia, nice little dribble, takes Teemo completely out of the game, but the defense rotated into position to deal with the threat. Now Cryptero trying to take this challenge up in the air, as looks like Razy and Maisie trying to combine for another aerial assault. And now the ball taken away, and Teemo once more on defensive duties.
Good reposition from Teemo. Oh, he needs to defend this, and he doesn't. Unfortunately, he missed. It was a really weird touch, though, I gotta be honest, that he had to do right there. Look, he touched it up top, and then he tried to fly back, but I think he was out of boost. He must have been out of boost. That's not a mistake you do if you do have the boost for it. So Teemo must have been out of boost, couldn't return, couldn't go back, couldn't flip back either in time to deny that shot that came in from Cryptero. And Cryptero makes use of that! Oh! But Reiki's there, and this time around it's not Teemo for the first time in this game. For the first time in this entire matchup, actually, it's Reiki instead. With a great start that we've seen from Maisie there, bringing it all the way, making it outside the goal, unfortunately not with the ball in hand. Or rather, in front of his car. But Reiki was there to make that part happen and makes it 2-1. Back under control here, Brandad.
Looked like Maisie was going to make it work with a solo effort, but the response was there, and it's immediate again as Quoctopus buries the ball. Cryptero drawing the attention. He's going to try and get something on it. Teemo flying across the face of goal. Does get a slight touch, but it's not enough. Too much power on the attempt from Quoctopus, and the goals are coming thick and fast at both ends of the pitch. Quoctopus, he just gets bumped out of the way. He can't do anything to get that touch on that. Does not matter, though, as it's Cryptero's solo shot over the top, just bullying Reiki out of the way. And gets the ball in for a second quick goal in favor of half and half. That's 2 in less than 20 seconds. And they've turned this game completely around. They have the advantage now.
Advantage indeed. And I mean, you got a feel for Brandad as well. Every time you think you have the advantage, they strike back in just a spectacular fashion. Great team play, great aerial, great defense.
He's not reaching
and they
that.
can't seem to be broken. This is a good try, though, to get them into that territory. 2 really good saves coming out from half and half, keeping that scoreline. But in case you thought that half an hour has already been played, it really has not. It's barely been 2.5 minutes. We've already seen 5 goals and this many chances. What an explosive match, too.
Cryptero almost out here breaking ankles or breaking axles, maybe, if it's Rocket League, but just couldn't get past the third. That was almost a close control solo dribbling effort to take it through, but one defensive player too many. Got the rotation in time. Some more shots flying in from half and half, and the defensive work needs to be done for Bronze Danger. They get the ball into an offensive position, but it's cleared out quickly. Reiki, though, can't quite control it the way that he wants to. It does set up Quadria for another shot, and a rebound for Quoctopus. It's 4-2 for half and half flips.
Great positioning. You can see Quadria tried to do it. That arrow was perfect in the defense from Reiki. I thought it was going to be safe, especially since Timo was still there in the backlines. But Timo, unfortunately, I think he underestimated how fast that ball was going to be from Quadria. Actually, from Quoctopus, especially since he activated that boost just beforehand. And as a result of that, he couldn't really save it in time. 4-2. Now we're getting into dangerous territory for Bronze Dagger. 2 minutes left to go. Yes, it's a lot of time. We haven't seen them come back from an advantage like this. It's been the same as last game, right? They lead at the start, they give it away, and then it's tough to come back.
Cryptero with the flip resets, just carrying the ball downfield into a defensive position. It's actually taken away from them. Quoctopus with a bit of a setup for an aerial attempt from long range, but doesn't find its way towards the goal. He's going to get a second attempt, though. And the defensive players both miss as they try to send the ball packing away from the danger area. But it will be a bit of a reset from half and half, rotating back into a more defensible position, leaving Maisie one player back. It's enough to get the clearance on the ball, but only as far as the halfway line. Quadria with an open goal, but Maisie gets there in time to defend.
Man, would have loved to stop bait right there, but he tried to go for the direct goal. Didn't happen. Defense standing strong. This could have been a decisive goal, actually. Instead, it's still there, the opportunity to make it into overtime. Bronze Dagger, 1 minute remaining now.
Uh-oh.
And is this this is a massive individual mistake. That's something we haven't seen so far. That's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. I mean, it wasn't likely from the get-go that we're going to turn this around, but this unfortunately really just puts the nail into the coffin. Quoctopus gets that one on the stat line, but let's be honest, that really wasn't his goal. Maisie, unfortunately, can't quite reposition that mid-air. It's kind of hurt your confidence as well. 5-2, you lead the start and you lose the game yet again.
5-2. Half and half. They were down 2-1. 4 unanswered goals. Massive performance in the second half of this match number 2. Giving them a 2-game advantage unless the absolute impossible can occur now for Bronze Danger. They would need 3 goals, averaging 1 in the next 10 seconds apiece. This might be 1, but no defensive work from Cryptero. A mid-air acrobatic save from the attempt from Timo, and that should just be all said and done. Quadria is even going to add another with the aerial control styling on them over the top of multiple defenders. Timo can do nothing to respond. And Maisie with another aerial attempt at defense, but one more touch from Quadria. It's 6-2 now for half and half. Bronze Danger are being picked apart from all angles.
Crazy stuff. I mean, what a comeback. What a comeback for half and half. To be honest, I really didn't expect this to be possible after the first 2 the first 2 goals coming in from Timo. I thought I really thought it really looked like they were going to be just dominant from the get-go, and then the first goal came in the first match, and I wondered, you know, maybe they do have a chance. The second goal came in, the third one came in as well, and suddenly things were turning around, and it's been the exact same story in match number 2. They need to change something. They need to be a little bit more consolidated on the defense, otherwise I think match 3 doesn't really go any other way.
It's been looking like some solid team efforts across the board from half and half. Even from Bronze Danger, Reiki and Maisie combining to put some good-looking plays on the board, but it's just that tiny little bit of finesse to get the ball over the last defender or under them. The bounce shots that we were seeing in game number 1 from the likes of the Silverado players, that's the squad, just not quite finding the target to the same level of effectiveness. And it just seems every kind of 50-50 coin flip situation in that game going the way of the half and half flips. I mean, to put flips in your names, you seem to win every coin flip. There was a couple of questionable goals in that situation that maybe shouldn't have crept in. Just awkward bounces off some of the defensive players and deflections that weren't quite able to be defended. But by whatever the margin is, if you're scoring the goals, if you're winning the games, you're going to be more than happy to take them. And the Epic Systems squad from North America with a 2-game advantage, looking to join their Continental brethren over in the finals. They need a couple more matches to get them over that line, but it's got to be a massive comeback from Bronze Danger if they want their own chance.
Doesn't look good for Europe, does it? Doesn't look good for Europe, especially since that team has dominated any kind of metagame brawl, any kind of Rocket League brawl the metagame has organized from the start, essentially. These guys have dominated every single tournament they've played over on the European side, so this definitely would be the bigger of the two upsets, if there really has been an upset thus far. This definitely would be the biggest upset in my books when it comes to the teams that should potentially, or at least in theory, should potentially play in the finals. So, man, I'm excited to see if they can really pull it together and bring something back. Something that really isn't in my book, that I think is highly unlikely, is that they lose every game. There's no way in my book. At Bronze Danger, they gotta bring it back, and they gotta bring it back now, and I think they will as well. They're too good of a team to really lose this.
Well, they have lost every game so far, but there are still at least a couple more to go. But they've got multiple chances to try and get that over the line. They need 4 wins. Doesn't have to be 4 in a row yet, but if they lose this next matchup, it will need to be a reverse best-of-7 sweep if Half and Half can get this game number 3 over the line in their favor, as they have done with game number 1 and number 2. And the ball's kicked off. Teemo on the assault immediately, but it's well saved by Quoctopus. But the follow-up from Maisie, 9 seconds in, and Bronze Danger have staked their claim. And while Mr. Phalix figures out that he's muted his mic, we'll get back in with that big replay. Maisie with the follow-up attempt. Gorgeous, gorgeous bit of play. Quoctopus up in the air. It's like some technical issues for Mr. Phalix, but that's all right. We don't need him. Cryptero backing up, taking the ball with him. And Maisie, our goal scorer, 9 seconds in to game number 3, trying to do whatever they can to keep Bronze Danger in play with a shot at making it to the finals. Back on defensive duties, Teemo. A little unsure where that ball's going to land. Not feeling confident enough to commit as the last player back defensively. The correct decision, it's proven, as well, as Quadzia. Long-range shot, aerial, so close to getting the accuracy required off the inside of the post, but it is cleared out. And Bronze Danger now with an opportunity to try and double their lead. Reiki can't quite find the angle, but Teemo up in the air, stolen away once again by Quadzia. But now Maisie back there to defend.
Oh, looks like it's going to be quick defense coming out again from Half and Half. And this time around, it looks like it's going to be a definite advantage going into the early stages. Seems we've got a little problem here. For some reason, you know, technical difficulties, they always seem to come with the most unfortunate timings. I must have missed the first goal now, but either way, 2-0 by the looks of it. Something that we've seen before, unfortunately. We've seen before, unfortunately, because that game still went the way of Half and Half by a very definite margin. I'd
have to say that goal that we saw from Maisie is the exact reason that in football or soccer, the offside rule exists. It's to prevent people from doing exactly that, just sitting in the goal, waiting for the ball to roll across, and they can just tap it in for free. But at least we get to see the Scorpion celebration, the Mortal Kombat get over here, as their second goal of the game goes flying through. It's 2 goals unanswered now, but Half and Half did manage to pick up a whole lot of unanswered goals in their previous matchup as well. So they can't be too confident, too overconfident at this point, but it's a huge early lead with 3 minutes left to go, and they've extended it again. Maisie finds a loose ball in the center of the field and just sends it flying directly into the goal. A bit of a bump off the back of Teemo, maybe. But it does not matter how it goes in. It's a well-placed shot. Maisie with a second, and Bronze Danger looking like the struggles of game number 2 have been left in the past, and they're looking for their turn to dominate.
I don't want to say call it, but I kind of did, right? I said that they're going to bring things back. This is what happens by the looks of it. Almost a 4th goal right there. Barely touches the top bin. Didn't go another way, though. But yeah, once again, Maisie, right? Performance up until this point converts the chances that he really needs to convert as well. This is what they've been missing as well, especially in the later stages. Not really necessarily in the early game, but especially in the later stages of this game when half and half made somewhat of a comeback. They've been missing some of the easier chances, so to speak. Mainly because they've been under so much pressure by half and half. As soon as that 2-minute mark really crosses, and that's where we're about to come. We'll see whether or not that is the same thing that's going to happen here in Game 3 yet again.
Quadria, good bit of improvisation.
Oh, wow.
Prevent what could have been a really uncomfortable situation. Almost overshot the ball, but almost bouncing and flipping directly downwards to get back on top of it, controlling the situation, getting back to defend. A long-range attempt from Cryptero, stolen away from midair as Teemo comes flying through, but can't clear the ball out of danger entirely. Quoctopus got there quickly, but now it's Maisie looking for a hat trick. The clearance bounces directly off the top of the car, and Maisie will convert for the third time this game. 1 versus 1 against Cryptero, just blocking the path of the clearance straight into the bottom corner. Gets the better of the 1 versus 1 on defense, and Bronze Danger have made such a huge turnaround from their second game. This is a massive, massive match for them to build some momentum to try and get back into this best of 7.
Make that even crazy. I think his hat-trick was already perfected at that time. I think that's his 4th goal. I think he's got all the goals coming in from Bronze Danger in match number 3. Which doesn't really change a whole lot, but it does make Maisie's scoreline a little bit more substantial.
Oh.
There's a quick demolition right there. It's a double demolition, actually. Both plays being taken out right away. And with 1 minute 10 on the clock, it looks like Bronze Danger will indeed grab the confidence they need. Reiki somehow touches it in, goes high up into the opposing side. All 3 players were alive at that point yet again. Unfortunately, that didn't really change the defense here. And they will find the 5th goal. And the only one that really hasn't scored now is Teemo. Whether or not it's going to change, we'll find out in the last minute.
I don't know if they just misread the flight of that ball, thought it was going to go above the goal. Just adapted a little too late, realizing that it was a bit more of a threatening shot than it initially looked. Quadria almost with another twisting and turning shot, directing the ball towards the goal, but this time it will be defended well. Half and half had absolutely nothing go their way this game. Bronze Danger 5-0 and looking to prime press for more as well, but they're on the defensive duties. Cryptero steals away what could have been a bit of a counter-attack. Quoctopus cuts out a second, and now Cryptero has a lineup to try and get a long-range shot. Maisie with a last-second touch to get it away from heading towards the goal.
Also sees away the boost. That's some great play coming out from Maisie. Maybe he's going to get rewarded. No! Quoctopus is there to deny that chance of a great aerial double touch to bank it in. Not going to do it though, and with that, 5 seconds left on the scoreboard, and they will still score yet again. Maisie's going to do it, and Maisie has got 5 goals already. Yet again, the only one that hasn't scored is Teemo, interestingly enough. The one that had the first 3 goals for the entirety of this team. But these were the games they lost. Their turnaround looks entirely different. Everyone's kind of chiming in. Teemo is kind of playing more of a back position, kind of more of a defensive position. You can barely see him go out of that defensive line, and maybe that's actually what they needed in order to win these games. Maybe that's what was necessary, to take a step back and be the backbone of that game, of that team. And I mean, look at the scoreline. It worked out perfectly, didn't it? 6-0, 5 goals from Maisie and 2 assists for Reiki and Teemo each. That's a great team performance.
Well, we saw one team already qualified to the grand finals who picked up a 6-0 victory, a dominant performance. This time it's the team who's been struggling a little bit in our first couple of matches, who get the biggest turnaround of all time, who might have been able to take them out in their first couple of matches. But this is still the team out here representing the German Whips. They're not going to be too easy to take out. And Maisie, what a performance. 5 goals and an assist as well. Like, huge performance. Maisie and Rixie together have been doing some really solid work towards the center of the field, some nice combinations of aerials, and this time it was just too much to be dealt with for half and half.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know what I just realized? We're missing some Volkswagen skins in the game. As far as I know, there's no Volkswagen skins in games yet, but there is I think like some Lamborghini skins or something that I've seen every once in a while. But yeah, maybe that's something to think of. Maybe the employees themselves can shift that direction of the company towards that way. Would definitely help them have that little bit of advantage that they need right now, as it is still 2-1 down for Bronze Danger. It is half and half having the advantage going into match number 4. They need to bring things back. They have done so in the last match quite convincingly. Can they keep it up though? That's ultimately the question everyone's asking themselves.
Gonna need 3 more victories for Bronze Danger. Only 2 required for half and half, but they have halved the advantage from 2 maps to just the 1. And done it in a dominating fashion that really has to swing the confidence back in favor of the team, who is now dressed in orange, coming into this match. And Reiki almost gets a strange little slowly moving ball across the face of the goal, but there's no one there to hammer it home. And the defensive duties now for half and half have turned into a bit of an attack of their own. Quagia trying to chase it down, but a big touch from Timo sets up Quoctopus for an aerial in the center of the field, who Quagia does manage to get a touch on it, directing it somewhat goalwards, but not quite enough. And now Reiki's on the attack.
Oh, what a defense coming out from Quoctopus. And that almost went in. If he wouldn't have been there on the left-hand goal post, he would have gone in, but it doesn't even matter. Reiki somehow still scores it. How did that happen? It looked like the defense was set up perfectly. Every player was there. Every player was there, and somehow Reiki still finds the ball in between all 3 of them. Everyone's missing it. That's nothing short of insane. First minute being played, and it's Bronze Danger yet again. But, I mean, we've seen everything up until this point. They got the first goal, they lose. They get the first goal, they win. So, not really too determined yet on who's going to take this match.
But that's it again. The combination play is Reiki finishing off a lovely play from Maisie, just wiggling, worming their way along the side of goal, sending a ball forwards in a dangerous position that just needed someone to get the final touch and send it forwards. It was a little too awkward to be defended for half and half, with one player looking at the ball going across the front of goal from outside. If they touch that, it's an own goal. You can't be doing that. But there's no way for them to clear it away, and Reiki just slams into it, sends the Bronze Danger boys into a 1-goal advantage. And now, looking like they might be able to even up the series as well. Reiki just the wrong side of him as the ball flies forwards, leaves the boost alone, still has 50 to try and work with, getting some aerial progression forwards. Maisie sending the ball down the field. Quoctopus has to get a touch to keep it out of the line of fire of the goal. Straight back into the hands of Reiki on the side.
Good shot back towards the other side. Matey, needs to be careful. He missed that one, and it almost resulted in a goal. That was a good shot coming from Quoctopus. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite convert it.
Uh-oh.
But half and half is putting the pressure on. Kiptero now is denied as well. It's getting more and more dangerous. This is Reiki being taken out of the equation as well. This is over at man advantage now, so to speak. Car advantage for half and half. But it's already being equalized. Can't really do much with it. And now Maisie almost having the 1v1. Maybe he can get it in with a double touch. Maybe someone's going to be there. No, Quoctopus somehow still the first player to touch it. It's going to remain on that 1-0.
It's almost the exact same repeat of goal number 1, when Maisie just gets up by the side of the goalpost and just puts a tantalizing ball in front of goal for anyone to try and follow up, but just not able to get in the position quickly enough before Quoctopus turns it around. So this time Maisie says, right, whatever, I'll do it myself. Reiki sends the ball across. Quagia tries to deal with it, but it just ends up setting up Maisie to slam it home 70 miles per hour from that sort of range, and no way to defend against that. And it's another early advantage. 2 goals now for Bronze Danger. And the turnaround has been coming. And now that it's here, oh boy, they're looking extremely dangerous.
Man, that's almost like a reverse sweep at this point. Look how dominant the first games were apart from the first couple of minutes, 4 half and half. And now, obviously, Bronze Danger is taking the lead in things. They look more composed, they look more dangerous. You can see Timo constantly in the backlines. It's not really that involved anymore with the strategic, or rather, sometimes even non-strategic attacks. Sometimes it's just Maisie and Reiki flying it in to the opposing goal. And that's what seems to be working up until this point. This time around, okay, well, Timo, a little bit more dangerous, but immediately back to the backlines, making sure any attack is stopped in its tracks, as it is a minute left to go to make something happen for half and half.
One thing to be a little aware of is Bronze Danger. Their attacking style is very direct, as Timo converts a 3rd time straight down the middle. Look at that, taking the entire defensive squad out of the equation. nothing. All that Cryptero can do, just left spinning through space as Teemo just slows down, controls things, just converts for a third time. But if they do commit like the way that they have been doing, these slow balls across the front of the goal and then flying in to try and slam them home, if there is a way to defend it, they might be left a little bit lacking on the defensive side of the field. They could be vulnerable to counterattacks, but they're just so dang proficient at getting them into the goal that it doesn't even matter. You can't counterattack if you're set up for another kickoff because they've just scored for a third time. And in midair, another explosion as Maisie taken out of the equation. Teemo just more than happy to clear the ball away for now. 3-goal advantage and 30 seconds to hold on to it before we head into our match number 5 on even settings. But Quoctopus making it potentially a little interesting with a bit of a path across the roof, taking the ball away from Maisie, directing it downwards in off the post as well. Precision in all its forms.
Great stuff. I've seen this before. The precision, as you've called it, right? On both teams, interestingly enough. At the start, it's been bronze danger, and at the later stages of the match, 1 and match 2 especially, it's been half and half. I've already done it differently. But at least in match 4, that's not going to be the case. Teemo scores it in again. He's activating his skill set as well now. There's one of the few times you really see him up close. If he does find the opportunity, obviously he's going to take it as well. For the second time in this matchup, he found it. And it works out just perfectly. 4-1. They will equalize things here in just about 10 seconds. There's no way for half and half to catch up to this scoreline. And that's going to make this series a lot more interesting, Stargo.
Just so awkward to defend those floated balls across the face of goal. And then the onrush of bronze danger players just looking to slam them home. Works out for them multiple times. Teemo gets on the scoreboard this time around, but so does half and half. Not a complete shutout, but still a 4-1 victory in match number 4. That ties things up on the series. That 2-game advantage that half and half built for themselves is now gone completely, and we have essentially a best of 3. Whoever wins 2 maps now will move on to the finals. A hugely competitive series, but we've seen both sides of the equation, where half and half looked good in our first set of games, but have been completely dominated with 10 goals to 1 on aggregate in matches 3 and 4. Bronze Dangers are looking dangerous indeed.
Yeah, it's been an entire turnaround, right, from what we've seen in the middle, at least after the first 2 minutes of match 1 have been played, right? That looked kind of dominant. It looked like Teemo was just going to get away with every little kind of shot, little kind of trick he was going to do. But then that defense kicked in. Then they kind of consolidated a little bit more. They played together a little bit more, a couple of good passes here and then. They found that confidence back. And the second game, that came story. And ever since, right? Ever since that match 3 happened, the 6-0, it seems like they've kind of structured things a little bit differently now. I've said in the midst of the game again, right? Teemo seems to not play as much of a role anymore offensively, but rather defensively. And ever since he's done that, not many attacks have come through.
And Maisie and Reiki have really sort of found their cohesion, getting those attacks. In the earlier couple of matches, it was a lot more sort of aerial midfield combinations, but now they're just up close and personal around the opposing team's goal. It's a little bit too much to deal with for Cryptero and the squad. As Cryptero is blown up, so is Quoctopus. Quagia is the last alive, standing a double demolition for Teemo, but still not enough for them to try and find a way to convert, even with a brief 3 versus 1. Reiki up in the air, but it's defended well. Quagia with a huge save.
Really good save. That looked dangerous again for half and half. Ooh. Needs to be careful of these aerials. Teemo a little bit out of position as well. But Maisie's there to deny that first goal for half and half. Shoots it back into the other half. That's 2 plays dodged. But look how quick Quoctopus is back on track to defend that next ball. Now, by the looks of it, Teemo is playing indeed a little bit more aggressively. You see him play second fiddle a little bit even now, but he's definitely a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more towards the ball, a little bit more ball-oriented, and you can see it right there in the middle of it. That's not a play we've seen in the last 2 matches. At least not that early. Teemo finds the opening, gets a quick one. That's an easy shot as well, at least for a player of his caliber. And he makes it 1-0. These are the type of goals you need, right? The easy ones. If they go in and you have a great defense off the back of that, it's going to be pretty tough to beat you.
Timo, even getting that goal, still not sacrificing his defensive duties. He's not the one who's getting those tap-ins on the goal line, but he's scoring the long-range arcing shots from midfield. And now looking to try and set up as Reiki gets another shot. Maisie flying through with the aerial to try and set up the squad mate. Doesn't quite connect though. Defense was there. Quagia got the save once again. And now is up looking for an offensive move of their own. Quoctopus can't quite find the angle. Reiki just lurking in the air. A slow movement forwards, just holding up the ball for the time being. Buying some time for the teammates to get into position to defend. Oh, it's not quite going to connect. Timo behind the goal line. Can't react quickly enough. Quagia does finally find a response as Quoctopus's attempt off the crossbar rebounds perfectly to a teammate. And Timo inches too far back to get that clearance off the goal line. It's 1-1.
This is what we love to see, ladies and gentlemen, out there. This is what we love in a series. It's a 2-0 quick sweep, back to a 2-2, and now it's a 1-1 scoreline in match number 5.
Never mind.
Between some of the best, well, okay, but that's just ridiculous, right? That's just ridiculous. As soon as I say Timo gets an opportunity like this, it's once again some of the easier shots that he does with ease. I mean, at least he makes it look easy. At least he makes it look easy.
I think Maisie's an unsung hero for that goal. That was just a close-range battle between Timo and the defensive player. No momentum whatsoever until Maisie comes and just slams into the back of Timo, giving the ball the power, the momentum to get across the line. 50 miles an hour. All of that came from Maisie, but no assist. So I would chalk that up onto the stat line as an assist. But, you know, that's not going to count. Doesn't matter, though, as the ball still goes in regardless. And now advantage back in favor of Bronze Danger. Maisie, a last-second touch to take it away from the on-rushing half-and-half offensive player. Very important touch.
Really important touch indeed. Maisie with a chance. For a second, I thought with how many of these straight shots we've seen from Timo in this game that this was going to go in as well. He does get the opportunity again. Almost 3 players converging in that ball at the same time, and it was needed as well. That would have been a good shot. Cryptero with the double, the triple touch. Almost makes it in. What a performance from this guy as well. Cryptero keeps on being dangerous. And maybe off the back of that, something can be done, but it's the opposing team indeed. Reiki scores it in. Touches it in with a performance from Maisie as well that cannot be underestimated so far in this matchup. Maisie keeps on putting these balls from the sidelines into a very, very dangerous territory, and very often someone is going to be there. This time around, it's been Reiki.
Painful for Cryptero. Those double flip resets, getting into what looked like a prime goal-scoring position, but Timo read the path well, sets up his team to combine once again with those midfield aerial balls. Quagia trying to get the drop on it from above to get the power towards goal, but it's taken away at the last moment. 3-1 for Bronze Danger. And Cryptero trying to go for it again, trying to go for a solo acrobatic play. Not too many defenders there to try and hold the line.
Cryptero, always good for an individual play. He hasn't had too much luck with it, but they all look really dangerous. So there's something to be said about this one. Maybe with that shot, something is possible for them. They need to come back soon. They need that next goal within the next half minute. Otherwise, it's going to be really, really unlikely. They're going to be coming back with 2 goals to make it 3-3 and bring it into overtime. This is a good start. Have eliminated one of the players, but it's instead Reiki just flying on through, and his car cannot seem to be stopped. Volkswagen indeed, even though the brand is not on top of it. That's what the car looks like, and just flies it right through. Yes, maybe the Volkswagen cars don't have that boost opportunity in real life, but they sure as hell fly like it.
Well, they seem to have come equipped with battering rams as Reiki juggling the ball over the top of Quagia connects, demos the opponent, blows them up entirely with a big boom, and that was the last man back. Quagia looked like he might have had a chance to try and defend against that, but just getting blown to smithereens, and now 4 versus 1. It looks like their chances of getting the W in this game are blown to smithereens as well. Timo, nail in the coffin with the 5th goal of the game. Once again, it's Maisie combining, putting pressure on, and Timo making the most of the opportunity with no defensive players lurking on the goal line to put Bronze Danger onto match point. A massive turnaround after going down 2-0 in map score early on into this semi-final. 3 unanswered matches, long-range shots as well. Quadja gets a consolation prize unless somehow 3 goals can occur in the next 25 seconds.
Good shot, actually. Good shot from Quadja. That's actually a really, that's a tough shot. Doesn't look like it necessarily, but that's a tough shot. And I think that was a very that was a goal-oriented shot as well. It wasn't just to kind of clear that ball. It was actually to make a goal happen. And Quadja realized that no one's in the back lines now. Obviously, it's 5-2. There's no need for that to happen. There's no need for anyone to be back there. Might as well grab as much confidence as you can. And, well, this is a turnaround now. This is a complete reverse sweep. Not a reverse sweep by complete definition, because obviously they haven't found that 3rd map before they did come back with 2 maps. Now make that 3 maps any second each. But it's a statement. It's a statement at the very least, I'd say. 3 maps in a row.
If it was best of 5, it would be a complete reverse sweep, but we're on best of 7, so it's not entirely done yet. Bronze Danger on match point, though. There's 1 more map for them to try and convert. Maisie not getting any gold credit this time around, but 2 assists. I'm giving them a 3rd as well for the ramming speed into the back of Teemo to get their opening goal of the hat trick. Once again picked up for Bronze Danger. 3 goals, 3 shots, 3 saves as well. Defensive duties for Teemo. Coming in looking strong. Quadja at least did not get shut out this time around. They got a couple of goals. And we're really seeing that there is some definite prowess on the squad. It's just not quite enough to overcome the defensive duties of Teemo holding the backline consistently for the Bronze Dangers.
Yeah, it's been super tough, right? I think Teemo, as you've said, as we figured out as well of the first 2 games after that, kind of structure seemed to change. It's just really tough to beat on that defense. He seems to always be in the right spots. He knows when to attack as well when that ball comes over, and he's made that first line of defense. He's had that first contact. He always tries to follow through as well. If he does find the opportunity to get something done after a defensive possession or after a defensive block, then he most of the times will convert that as well. And then off the back of that, there's an opportunity for a goal. He almost always makes it happen as well. So he's not only a great defender, he's ice cold in front of the goal, and that's just a play that's really tough to beat, right? Having someone that's defensively really strong and offensively really strong and can kind of keep a team together. So they need to make it happen now. We said it before, right? It's a match point now for obviously the Bronze Danger, and if they can channel the performance of the first 2 matches, we'll definitely see it go under the game. I don't think these were flukes. That has to be said as well. I think they were just the better team in the first 2 matches. Anything after that, though, I've got to give it to Bronze Danger. They've just been more consistent, more dangerous, more effective as well.
Little boost, though, for the half and half flips as we are switching up hosts back to the North American servers. So maybe that's what it takes, those micro millisecond differences between themselves being the first to get the touch on the ball, being in position to make those epic saves that we have been seeing every now and then. And there's some of those balls flying through across the front of goal. They've been so dangerous. And even Teemo, again, just microseconds away from getting into defensive position to prevent goals. Maybe that could be the difference as half and half. Now, desperately need to win these next 2 matches. 1 map loss and Bronze Danger will be in the finals to face off against Stuck in Silverado of General Motors North America. And Cryptero going to try to set up Quoctopus with an easy tap in. Nobody there to defend. First time in a while that half and half have been the first team to break ground, to get the opening goal. Could this be a return to map 1 and 2 form that we've been hoping to see from them?
Yeah, that's new. That's definitely new. Half and half this time around, taking the first goal. And Bronze Danger has to be said, though, not really worrying too much yet, I believe. They are still a map up. They've just won the last 3-1 in quite a convincing fashion. Not a close fashion, quite a convincing one. So I think confidence still is on their side in an early game like this with 4 minutes 20 still left to go. He's not going to pose too big of a problem. This almost would have been the second goal. Teemo's there in the defense as well. This is the place that he's been highlighting time and time again. This is the defense that they so desperately needed to win these 3 matches. And the defense they've had as well for the last 3 matches. Let's see if half and half can do something with it, though.
And a bit of a defensive POV of Cryptero trying to defend one of those awkward balls that Just bounced a little weird across the face of goal, but thankfully for him, nobody was there to tap it in once it did get past him. This time around, though, it will be the opposite end of the pitch, and Cryptero is there to turn in exactly the same thing. One of those awkward goals to defend, slow bouncing across the face of goal. It looked like Timo got a touch on it to attempt the clear, but it comes off the inside of the crossbar and the post, the top corner postage stamp, but it bounces directly back into danger, and Cryptero will be there to capitalize. It's 2-0 for half and half, and they open up the restart of play with a wonderful save of an aerial attempt from Timo, and the ball still in dangerous positions for Bronze Danger.
Go back and forth again. They need to be careful here, otherwise it might be 2-1. That was pretty close already. Unfortunately, half and half is very aware of what's been happening. Timo a little bit out of position as well, taking a little bit more risk now. You can see him playing the front lines a bit more. It is half-time almost. Match number 6, I can understand why. That's the post. And Reiki, unfortunately, wasn't ready for that bounce off on the left-hand side of the goal. Couldn't make it in. Second shot gets denied as well. This is Timo now who's done that shot. Once again, be reminded, he's usually the one that played a little bit of a second fiddle here in the offense now. Playing a lot more aggressive. Aerial attack again. Now he's out of position. Maybe that's going to be the opportunity to make something happen on the other side. But the demolition denies them the attack. And it's back to a 3-on-3 now without another goal being scored.
Reiki up in the air. This is one of the key positions where Reiki and Maisie have been combining either those close range dribbling balls across the front of goal just for a tap in, or on the aerials. But this time around, the control just isn't there. The ball falls kindly to half and half, who get a lovely little tap forwards, and Cryptero takes the assist from Quagia beautifully into the path. Just taps it, powers it home into the bottom right corner. Half and half not deterred whatsoever from the results of the previous couple of matches. 3-0 lead as we hit just over the halfway point of what is map number 6 in this best of 7 series. They desperately needed the win here to take it, as it is match point for Bronze Danger, but it's a commanding lead now for half and half.
Crazy. Crazy. Every single game on the NA server is going the way of half and half. And every single game on the EU server has gone the way of Bronze Danger. I don't even think that's a problem of the server itself. I think that's literally just showing you how close these teams are in terms of skill. They need a couple milliseconds can make that big of a difference in theory. And how that home advantage
less than a tenth of a second.
Yeah.
You know, 0.08 of a second could be the difference between you getting into position to prevent a goal and just being left slightly behind. The ball just going into a more favorable position for your opponent for a tap-in. Quagia trying to make the same thing happen. Looking for a flip reset, but couldn't quite get the contact with all of the wheels. So the ball will fall, potentially kindly to Reiki. It's off the backboard, but it's beautifully boosted out, cleared, clumped forwards, and it sets Quoctopus up for a massive counter-attack in a 2 versus 1. Quagia's clearance over the top of Timo. Quoctopus with just a deft little touch. And Timo just could not get the height on his jump to prevent the 4th goal of the game for half and half.
Dominance now. Actual dominance. There's no other word for this. I mean, Kimo can bring things a little bit back. Almost hits the 1v3. Just the last shot is being denied by Quagia. Who now chimes in to the defensive mix as well. Half and half. Good team performance again as well in this match. One of these 4 goals set. Each of these players has some kind of important factor. Now it's all on Bronze Danger to at least get back a little bit of confidence, I guess. Find 1 goal to not end this on just about the worst note you could potentially have, which is a 4-0 loss, right? I mean, we've perhaps seen 6-0 loss, but that wasn't a match point. That wasn't a match at that point. No, not at all. This is an actual important match now for them to stay in this one. I'll potentially close it out. For both teams, this is essentially the ultimate test of how far they can go in this semi-final.
Do or die.
And we will definitely see one more match, that's for certain for sure.
Quagia carrying it directly into the path of Cryptero, but can't get the final touch to make it a 5-0 victory. Maisie at least trying to get something back and will, but it's consolation prize at the most, calculated, they say in chat, as it just goes over the overtime into the 0-second limit. It actually came in off the defensive player. I think it was Quoctopus who hammered that into his own goal, but it does not matter at all. Just means a 4-0 victory converts into a 4-1, but it's still a victory nonetheless, and we have a Game 7. The winner of this final match progresses to the finals. It's one game to decide everything. We've seen both teams looking dominant. We've seen both teams faltering, but both of them make it to the final hurdle, and it is truly do or die, last-ditch defensive efforts. It all comes down to this.
What a performance, though, from I want to say both teams, but at least in the grand scheme of things, in the entire series from both teams, right? I mean, both have shown us that they can absolutely run away with this series on a good day and make it 4-0. Everyone had super dominant games, and then games where they just get absolutely destroyed. And I said this before, right? This ultimately shows us how close these two teams are in terms of the skill set that they generally play on. That's even something as little as a server, these little milliseconds, so to speak, and they make that much of an impact on who's really going to take the advantage. Something really important I want to note, though, I said that if they can score another goal, that I think it's going to be a whole different feeling going into the very last map, the decider map that we have right now. I think now, due to the fact that Maisie was able to score the last goal, I see them with a little bit more opportunity now to do something than the first two games that we've seen. Because be reminded, they started well on these as well. They just gave it away. If they can replicate that success in the early stages, I think with all the experience they've had, with all the knowledge they know and how the enemy team plays now, I think if they make an early goal, they're going to stick with it.
Yeah, particularly getting that goal so late into the final game as well, where it basically couldn't be any later. It was just as we started to tick over into overtime, the 0 seconds, but getting that goal then, I mean, it's a big difference between doing that and getting the goal at the start of the game and then conceding 4 in a row. Big turnaround. It's a positive, a silver lining to take away from what was a dominant performance from half and half flips in our penultimate game. But none of that matters. None of the previous games matter. The 6-0 back of the mind, out of the equation, does not mean anything now as we head into a final one single match to decide everything for the semi-finals of the Continental series, to decide who will be going into the finals to face off against Stuck in Silverado, who swept up in their side of the bracket with a 4-1 victory. This time it's going to be 4-3, but which team gets there, it's all going to be left to be decided in this one final match.
That's what you're ultimately going to come down to. Who's going to face General Motors in the finals? Is it going to be Volkswagen, or obviously is it going to be Epic Systems? We'll find out in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, both of these teams have shown us that the skill level is at a very high place. Be reminded, this is the top 2 of each region from EU and NA that we've seen up until this point. As we've seen the first semifinal already, I thought it wasn't going to get any closer than this, and it does. It goes all the way here in semi-final number 2. Both of these teams could very well play in the finals as well if they would have been in opposite brackets. I think we would have actually seen them in the finals as well. I feel like both of them would have had a very good chance against General Motors as well, but ultimately that's the way it goes. That's the way we expected it to go as well. That even if you came into this, into this World Championship finals as a second place team in your own region, you might still have a very good chance of making it far, just due to the fact that you never know how the opposing teame plays, and everything's kind of like a clean slate yet again. You haven't really got that experience that you maybe have had against the first place team or the second place team in your own region. So we're gonna find out. 3-3 the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, dominant scorelines have happened already from both teams, but who's gonna take match 7?
It's all left to be decided. One final game to go, and we've seen it all. I mean, we highlighted Timo coming into this matchup as our key player, our supersonic legend, the man who's top 150 in RLCS qualifiers, and he's come in, he's definitely done his duties, but it's been much more so on the defensive side of things as well. But Reiki and Maisie putting together some really clean combination plays in the midfield and up close and personal in the half and half flips goals, but sometimes they just haven't been quite able to put those together. Maybe it's something to do with Reiki's constant switching and testing of different settings, sensitivities, all of that kind of stuff, camera settings, whatever it is that it is changing. Sometimes it could be on a game by game basis. Maybe it's day by day, so it feels a little bit different, but who knows? Who knows exactly what it is? But we're still heading in as we figure out the servers. We're doing a bit of a coin flip to see who's going to get the host. Maybe the servers has been the key difference between these two teams, as it seems as though as soon as we headed back to NA, half and half flip started to look dominant. But we're going to figure that out, and we've got our final game in this best of 7 for the semi-finals to see who goes on to face off against Stuck in Silverado in the finals. We'll be back with our final matchup in just a couple of minutes. Tiebreakers, final matches. We've got it all here for the Continentals Company Esports World Cup, with one final match to decide who makes it to the Rocket League finals, where they will face off against Stuck in Silverado, who picked up the win in a pretty dominating 4-1 fashion in semi-final 1. But in semi-final 2, we've got all the way to map number 7 between Bronze Danger and Half Flips. It's been back and forth both times. It seems as though there might have been some benefit, Felix, to the server playing on your home turf, but the coin flip has been decided, and this time around, we're on EU soil. Will that be the difference maker for Bronze Danger?
It might. It actually might, with what we've seen so far. I mean, just, you know, if I was a math man, you know, if I was a gambling man, I would take our chances pretty good, Saga. I'm not going to lie. Like, we've won all the games on EU servers. They've won all the games on but also at the same time, kind of feels too easy. Kind of feels too easy making that prediction, right? With what we've seen in terms of skill set from all of these teams, realistically, it shouldn't really come down to which server is being played on, but at least the players themselves say so. So, I mean, there's got to be some truth to it. Predictions, though, Saga. I want to put you on the spot. Who's going to take this series?
Ooh. Well, you know what? I am a man of maths and gambling, I guess. So I am taking the EU squad, Bronze Danger, home turf advantage on the server. They won the coin toss, and that is foreshadowing for them winning the series as well. I'm saying, a hat trick for Maisie this game. A one additional goal from Timo from the halfway line, aerial.
Okay.
Long range. It'll be 4-2. 4-2 to Bronze Danger. That's my prediction.
4-2 to Bronze Danger. Well, if you're going with Bronze Danger, as much as you love the players from Volkswagen, as much as you love the European players, it will be too easy for both of us to predict Bronze Danger. I'm going to go with half and half. They've shown us incredible Rocket League up until this point. They've shown us that they can equalize even a player like Timo, and whether or not that's going to happen in the 7th game of this series as well, I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, I would actually say it's pretty fitting for half and half to be named the way they are, because both teams have shown us half and half incredible Rocket League and getting absolutely slumped in some of these matches. 6-0 has been the scoreline once or twice. Couple of games that have been won by a margin of 3 or more goals as well in both directions. So both teams more than capable of putting on a performance. Maybe the break that we've had gives them a chance to calm down, to mentally reset and bring their A game into this final all-important matchup as the ball goes flying across the face of goal. For a bit of a attempt at setting something up from Quoctopus, doesn't come to anything, and now it's Bronze Danger's time to get on the attack. Reiki with a nice aerial touch forwards into the midfield, intercepted by Cryptero.
Yeah, it didn't go all the way, but Quadja is there. Obviously, just bangs it in. Pretty easy after that initial miss from Cryptero, unfortunately. I think he wanted to do that one a little bit differently, but it works out either way for half and half, as they will take the scoreline. It's something we haven't really seen all too much, as we've said, especially in recent times. Even the first 2 games, it's been Bronze Danger taking the lead. They will equalize things just like that. Not even a minute, barely a minute has been played. I think minute 5, just about a minute 5. I've seen a score from both teams. Look at that. Great shot as well. Bangs it into the top right corner. No chance for the defense there, with the boost included as well. That must have been a 60, 70 miles per hour shot as well. That's going to make it really dangerous. Maisie with the aerial almost gets the second one. That was dangerously close yet again. But it's going to stay 1-1.
Some of the sting taken out of that goal at the end by the touch from a goalkeeper, but just not enough to prevent it from going through. It's that combination again, Maisie and Rexy just putting the pressure on through the midfield, but Cryptero lining up a shot of his own, doesn't quite get the angle that he wanted. Reiki forced into defensive maneuvers as the ball once again flying across the face of goal, but nobody there to turn it in initially. Timo up high gets a big touch, but it's cut out once again by Quoctopus. Back into dangerous territory. And Cryptero just jukes straight through the middle of 2 defensive players, takes it all the way himself. Cryptero has been going for these individual masterclass plays Now a quick little twist and turn over the top. Every single defender juked, and Maisie just can't quite get the height as the last player back. Cryptero restores the lead for half and half.
It hasn't worked out all too often for Cryptero, these individual plays, but he's been dangerous in almost every single one of them. And now in the most important games of all, it's worked out to the point of another goal. But then
there it is again.
Things just like that. It's again a quick touch into the middle from the right-hand side, and then it's Maisie there who bangs it in. 2 backboard touches before he just flies in and makes it happen. And Maisie, look at that. The man of the hour again for Bronze Danger. This could not get any closer, ladies and gentlemen. These two teams are going head-to-head. This could have been the final already if they would have been on opposing sides. I firmly believe that would happen. Cryptero again! Are you kidding me? It's 5 goals again. We haven't even touched half-time.
It's an overcommitment for the opening play. Maisie gets a huge save, but no one can get back in time. Did not win the contest for the boosts in the midfield. That left the defense a little bit vulnerable. And their quick response to the second goal of half and half now nullified once more as it's another goal. Advantage half and half, 3-2 as we hit the halfway point in this final match. And they need another quick response, and they've got it again! Teemo this time, flying through the air. It's Maisie, these lingering balls just lurking, hovering in front of goal. Just begging for someone to fly forwards and bury it, and 3 times in a row it has happened for Bronze Danger.
Insane, nothing short of insane. 3-3 again. No one really wants to give up the advantage here. Maybe another shot. Teemo is there.
Oh, man.
And this time around, it's all on his own. No real support by anyone. Maisie misses that one, and then look, been cleared, but Teemo chimes in after that miss of a defensive defuse, or try to defuse from Quoctopus. Can't really bang it away. Unfortunately, I think he was out of boost there as well. He must have been. Otherwise, I'm sure this mistake wouldn't have happened to him. And then Teemo was there just the right timing. He's incredibly dangerous, especially when it comes to equalizing things. What is happening? Bronze Danger is running away with it by the looks of it. Another great shot, another individual play as well. You can see Cryptero try to do it. Quadja tried to do it. Everyone tried to have a say in whether or not this ball goes in. But no one was as definitive as Bronze Danger, especially Reiki and Maisie some of these goals that we've seen. Incredible.
The flip reset to get that final bit of momentum over the top of the last defending player. Barely even got the chance to say that Bronze Danger, with that 4th goal they scored, took advantage in this match for the first time before they added another to their tally. And half now 2 goals down, trailing a lead that they built for themselves 3 separate occasions on this matchup. And Maisie almost flying in to extend it even further, but it's a huge save from Quadja. But they're still going. Relentless assault from Bronze Danger, and Reiki adds one more insult to injury. It's a 3-goal advantage now, as Cryptero just could not get enough of a purchase on the ball to clear it from Danger. And this is a huge lead now for Bronze Danger. Almost insurmountable. Half and half have got to find 3 unanswered goals to take this to overtime.
Incredible things. I mean, literally nothing short of incredible right now with how Bronze Danger's turned this around. Looked like half and half was going to have a real chance at the beginning of it. Now it's 3 goals and just above a minute to bring things back. And it's possession again on Bronze Danger. If this one goes in, it might be GG at this point. It doesn't. That's more time wasted yet again. It's almost a minute only for half and half to make it happen. They need to score something. They need to score something fast. Maybe Cryptero can do it again. 1 minute mark has now been crossed. And the ball is barely somewhere near the goal. Now it isn't even anymore, as Bronze Danger is in position again.
Reiki almost went up for that ball, almost baited defense into preemptively getting up into an aerial position to try and defend, but then left it for the teammate. Now Reiki looking for a follow-up touch off the backboard, tips it over to Teemo. It's 7-3, and that surely is game over. I think both of our predictions were way off the mark for just how chaotic this final game would be. Both teams tournament life on the line, playing their hearts out. But Bronze Danger consistently now in the second half of this game, finding the advantages, finding the openings. And Teemo buries home a 7th goal of the game. Half and half with only 30 seconds. No way to build back a 4-goal advantage at this point. But a huge performance. So valiant effort from them the entire way through, taking this to the final game, keeping it competitive until the final dying minutes. But Bronze Danger have done enough. They will be heading to the finals. They will be taking on Stuck in Silverado of General Motors, the North American squad who made it through earlier on. Massive performance from them to get this final win, to come back on 3 separate occasions from a goal disadvantage. It's Teemo who gets the hat trick to get them over the line. But what a performance from Bronze Danger all the way through, half and half. Credit where it is due, did not go down without a fight at any point, but in the end, just the onslaught of offensive play from Bronze Danger, too much for them to bear.
Too much for them to bear indeed. Teemo with a massive performance here. 5 shots, 3 goals, 42 touches. We've talked about him being potentially the difference maker, and in a lot of these games he has. So we got to give it up for Teemo, but also Maisie and Breaker with how many goals these guys have scored. It's been nothing short of incredible. And despite that, despite these amazing performances, this could have gone either way, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be honest, this could have gone absolutely either way. We played this best of 7 2, maybe 3 more times. We're going to find a different result every single one of these. Crazy. I don't think we've seen a team so far being as close in terms of skill as these two have. And that's going to be Epic Systems, unfortunately, being eliminated. And Volkswagen, the EU team, will head over to the NA competition in the final that we've seen. So things are equalizing in terms of regional advantage.
I was super close for half and half flips. They took the advantage 3 separate times in that final match. It showed that, yes, having the advantage in terms of your home server is definitely an advantage, but it's not something that completely shuts you out, denies you from being able to get those points on the board, but just too much to go with. Maybe it was that extra millisecond or two, a couple of goals that looked as though boost contests in the midfield went the way of Bronze Danger, and they were able to get into position to take shots before half and half could find their defensive positioning. Maybe that played into it somewhat, but in the end it was just such an onslaught, an offensive assault all the way through in the second half of that final matchup. And Bronze Danger, they've definitely made a case for themselves, as Stuck in Silverado will have been watching that game, taking down some notes and say, look, if Reiki and Maisie are making these kind of combination plays up in the offensive half of the field, that's something that they need to find a way to deal with, because once they get rolling, once they get momentum on their side, oh, they are looking nigh impossible to try and stop.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, but I mean, both teams that are now in the finals, I want to say, have made comebacks happen to some degree. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to go down to maybe even a best of 7 series again, right? We will have to have the very last match, the very last decider, to really find out who's going to take this world championship, this corporate world championship that we will see in just a couple of minutes. So in case you've been wondering, when is the final going to happen? It's going to happen right now. We haven't even touched on this. It's going to happen right now. We'll have a couple minutes break, most likely. Wait for these two teams to get ready, especially let Volkswagen cool down for a minute, because that must have been excruciating for them. Being up, being down, losing the first 2 matches, winning the next 2 matches, being down again, heading into the finals, knowing that half and half is probably going to put up the best of what they can offer. And they did. And then somehow making the comeback happen, make it 3-3, and then running away with it. I mean, it's just been ups and downs constantly. Rocket League is like that. So, I mean, that's why we love the game, right? That's why we love the game. We love to see these ups and downs. Yeah. Even for us, it's been, I mean, usually we cast something completely different. We rarely cast Rocket League. But every time we come back to it, we realize, man, this game is amazing. You have all these emotional hardships almost every minute, and it goes just like this, someone else suddenly takes the lead. So, I mean, that's why we love it, right?
Yeah, it's hectic, chaotic, and fun. It's very fast-paced, and we all love to sit back and enjoy watching it. Great news, we will be coming back with the actual final matchup as well. It will be half and half flips. Unfortunately, failing to make it at the final hurdle, but Bronze Danger and Stuck in Silverado heading into the finals. And then following that, we have another finals as CS2 as well, will be coming up today on this same channel. So make sure you stick around for that once we make it through the Rocket League finals. But they'll be coming up very shortly in just a few minutes. Finals time is upon us. Rocket League here for the Continentals Company Esports World Cup has been hectic through and through, with two semi-finals matchups, one of them going down to the absolute wire, where Bronze Danger just barely managed to scrape a victory against their opponents to make it here to qualify for the finals, up against Stuck in Silverado of General Motors North America, who cleanly swept their qualifying semi-final in a 4-1 dominant fashion just a couple of hours ago. But now they've had a bit of a break, but they've got to come back all guns blazing because momentum is on the side of Bronze Danger after that final game. 7-3 victory for Alex to make it here, and we get another best of 7 to decide who claims the title.
Yeah, kind of insane, to be honest. Kind of insane that we have... I actually gotta say, I saw this from the chat a little bit. Kind of insane that we have Volkswagen versus General Motors in the final now. Like that's kind of what's the most insane thing to me. So many different companies, so many software companies. Yeah, it's the car teams in the Rocket League final, right? I mean, someone obviously picked their career choice, or was at least influenced by their career choice, by some video games, apparently. And obviously on the forefront of that is Timo again. We will see him once more representing Volkswagen. On the other hand, I couldn't name any one of the players, to be honest. Anyone has really outshone the competition in their last semi-final. It's been a little bit more of a clearer semi-final as well than the second one we've seen. So in terms of predictions, and I want to put you on the spot before getting into this one, I wouldn't even know who to pick really. But just judging by the level of play the last game, kind of want to say Volkswagen's got a little bit of an advantage. Maybe also they've got more practice now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got an extra 3 games under their belt than what Stuck in Silverado had. It's also been more recent that they've been playing, so they're maybe a little more warmed up, but potentially a little more fatigued physically and mentally after having to go through such a stressful Game 7. I mean, yeah, but for them, yeah, it's got to be 10 times worse. But Stuck in Silverado looked a little more dominant in their matchups. A 4-1 victory to get here. Big, huge plays from Big Steve. Saki bombs as well coming in and starting to really contribute with some very solid, accurate shooting, particularly in the sort of opposing third. I'm starting to sort of see a potential early lead for Stuck in Silverado coming into this, as yeah, they're going to be a little bit fresher. They've had a bit of a time to take a break, sort of scope out their competition a little bit more, because you know, they've had the luxury of knowing that they're in the finals. So taking notes on both teams, watching in the chat, making sure they know exactly how to deal with some of these threats that they're going to be coming up against. I think they could get off to an early lead, but we've already seen that Bronze Danger, that is not the be-all and end-all. An early lead is not enough. You've got to maintain that lead all the way through, because they will be fighting back with some serious energy.
Talking about serious energy, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head into the very first match of this grand final. You can hear the background. Timer is starting. It is Stuck in Silverado representing North America here, coming in from General Motors NA against Volkswagen Bronze Danger, and it's starting just like that. That's a heavy nightmare to start things off. Boss just walks through, makes it look like the easiest goal of his lifetime. And Timo can't even do anything about this anymore. It's way too late at that point already. Way too late. He was way out of position. And Boss picks it up cleanly. 5 seconds. That's an early goal, Saga.
It's an early lead for Stuck in Silverado, isn't it? Once again, they've got to keep that pressure up, because Bronze Danger, they've made comebacks all the way through their best of 7 series. Whether it was a 1-goal deficit, a 2-goal deficit, they've found ways back into the equation, and that almost was maybe an angle for Boss to try and extend that lead, make it a little more difficult. Not quite getting the shot on target, just outside, and now the counterattack is on around the defender. Maisie just dribbles straight on through. Boss has no possible method of preventing that. Over the top, cheeky little flick from Maisie, and just carries the ball straight forward. An updated celebration as well, as the balloons are out. But that's just how quickly Bronze Danger turns it around. A 1-goal deficit is never an issue for them, because they've always got a way to try and find an answer.
Finding an answer now. They've already found one answer. There's going to be another one. Maybe that's the one. Crazy defense. That's crazy defense. Who was that? Was it Messi? Perfect positioning. He didn't even need to do much. He tried to go for a bounce shot, but he just, stopped it in its tracks right away. That's crazy defense coming out from Bronze Danger. And Volkswagen keeps it equalized. As it goes back and forth and back and forth, I see a little bit less structured play here, a little bit more risk being taken on both sides. And the early stages of this, everyone tries to make a mark as more and more aerial performances, aerial dribbles are taken out. This could have been a perfect redirect, but unfortunately it goes way too high. And unfortunately way too slow. That could have been the second shot, second goal coming in for the Volkswagen representatives.
Oh, Big Steve with a tight angled shot, but Timo is there to prevent it from creeping across the line. Gets the angle right. Boss just bullying him out as he tries to get back into defensive position to deal with the re-attempt. Maisie gets up just the right time to stop Big Steve's ball from making its way across the front of goal. Now Sakibom's looking to carry forwards with an aerial assault into the corner, trying to redirect it. It's a little too far ahead of Boss, can't get there in time, but Big Steve with another cheeky little poke gets it over the top of the defense. Goalwards, but no one's there quite to direct it into the goal itself. And we just have a massive back and forth midfield on either side. Boss with a backwards flip to take the ball away from the goal. Huge defensive work.
Insane level of play from both these teams. I mean, the finals so far really just do not disappoint. Almost shot coming on through. That's a dangerous demolition. And off the back of that, oh, Boss is putting it into the nets again. Look at this Big Steve doing the big work here. I think he might have actually tried to shoot himself, but it works out either way. Left side of the goal, pops it into the middle. And then Boss is there to really convert that into the goal. And to the leading goal as well. He made that 2-1. Timo, that's not usual that he misses a shot like this. Almost with a chance to equalize things yet again, but it's going to stay 2-1.
There's a big demolition on the goal line that allowed that just to creep into a position for Boss to finish it off. And Timo looking for an immediate response. He doesn't really come out of defense all that often unless he sees a clear-cut opportunity. That was definitely one, but the direction just slightly off. Now Big Steve looking to capitalize on a bit of a wayward touch from Timo in the air. Can't quite get the better of Maisie, who does get exploded for their efforts defensively. Reiki with a little bit of a dribble around the side of one, but Sakibom's flying through, takes the ball away, sends it down towards the goal, and Boss is there off the crossbar twice, but it does not cross the line.
I don't even know how that happens. I don't even know. All of these chances that we've seen in the last 2 minutes didn't convert into anything. But the level of play here, it's really, really unlikely, actually. And none of these haven't been confirmed. But by the looks of it, it stays that Stuck in Silverado is the only team with 2 goals here. But I can just feel it coming for some reason. I can just feel it coming that Bronze Danger is taking more and more risks. And someday, it's got to be converted some minute, rather, as it's only a minute left. Just about a little bit more for Bronze Danger to bring it back. Stuck in Silverado on the back end of that is certainly the complete opposite. Staying a little bit back, making sure the defense is on point, no stupid mistakes, and it works out so far at least. Maybe Max has got an opportunity. He misses the redirect again. It's the second easier redirect, I want to say. Not an easy redirect, but the easier one that we've seen in this matchup. The Bronze Danger just cannot convert.
Those are the kind of goals that they've been scoring the whole day, with Maisie just up on the walls, redirects the ball across the front of a open goal, but there was just nobody there just to tap it home. That's really been where they found a lot of their success, is these combination goals. But this time just can't get it done, and Sakibombs will punish with a massive aerial attempt, bouncing up off Maisie. Sakibombs upside down in the air. Beautiful, precise aim. Straight into the top corner. It's 3-1 with 20 seconds remaining, and it looks like still Stuck in Silverado have done their defensive duties. They've refound their lead that they had early on into this game and held on to it until the final whistle.
That's just a little bit of a seeding play here coming in from both sides. And I might have to eat my words here in just about 10 seconds, because by the looks of it,
okay,
Stuck in Silverado would indeed have made use of that pause that they've had between the first semi-final and now obviously making it into the finals and playing here. And look at this, yeah, General is going to run away with it. 3-1. That's not a decisive game, though. So I got to say, that's not a decisive game. It looks like it from the scoreline, but each team had their chances. Bronze Danger with 1 or 2 more redirects there in the mid-game. They could have easily equalized things, or at the very least, taken the lead. and made it 2-1 a little bit earlier, but didn't happen. Stuck in Silverado. Gotta give it up for them. Playing really composed, keeping that composure, keeping that structured defense as well, even when things got really tough.
Only 2 saves required from Stuck in Silverado, but those 2 saves could have easily been what the goals that tied up the game. But it was just a couple of times again where that method of play that we saw from Bronze Danger in their previous matchups, there's combination plays between Reiki and Maisie just not quite being in the right positions to capitalize. The opportunities were there, but maybe the boost was taken away from them. Maybe they would just hit with a demolition, because Stuck in Silverado were looking pretty aggressive, going for demos on the goal line on multiple occasions. And you can't lose a 1v1 duel to someone who doesn't exist. So if you just take them out of the equation entirely, suddenly they can't be there to turn in those goals. Very solid work defensively, very aggressive, and Saki Bombs is going to start off match number 2 with a shot directly from the center circle. Let's turn back around. Maisie finds Timo on a response, and that's the combination play we were looking for. Bronze Danger, beautifully placed long-range ball from Maisie. Doesn't even need to slow down Timo to just hit that 86 miles per hour into the goal, and massive early lead now for Bronze Danger.
Insane, actually insane. Really good stuff with the Porsche skin as well. That's got to be a reference to Volkswagen, which I believe is a sub company of Volkswagen actually. So they do indeed have somewhat of a skin. That's going to be boss though. Yeah. But I keep rambling about skins and Volkswagen. I completely missed this one. Quick redirect, pops over the hood of Matey, and then actually takes it in. That's an insane one as well. That's an insane redirect with the hood of the car. Did
Boss shoot that with a long, slow, looping arc from the halfway line, and then ram the goalkeeper out of the way of saving it himself? Is that what I've just seen in the replay? He was going faster than the ball, took care of the goalkeeper, and secured his own shot on target, but Reiki gets one back in response. It's back and forth once again, and it's that same combination. Reiki and Maisie setting up a tight angled shot over the top of 2 defending players in goal, but that restores the lead for Bronze Danger.
Secures the lead indeed. 2-1. Looking to bring it back. They've just started the game though. I mean, we're 50 seconds in, it's 3 goals already. I'd be reminded, we haven't even started to play this game yet. Yeah, match number 2. So there is more to come, that I'm very sure of. And this is a good opportunity to do so. Timo alone, he's got the 1v1. He misses, doesn't even hit it to the backboard. So that, sure as hell wasn't a pass. He must have just missed it. That's very unusual for a player of his caliber. That's the first individual mistake we've seen. That really should have been a goal. Bronze Danger staying 2-1 indeed. Could have been 3-1 just there. Unfortunately, it's been missed. Maybe that's going to give the opportunity back to Stuck in Silverado here.
Trying to take it over the on-rushing goalkeeper, just a little bit too high, but there's a massive opportunity on the opposite side for Stuck in Silverado to equalize. Maisie didn't quite connect, but Reiki was fortunately there to pick up the pieces, and straight back into the melee we go. Boss and Benny looking to try and make some sort of combination, but Boss doesn't quite get the height in time, and now that leaves an opportunity for Timo off the post, and rebounds, and off the post again as Saki Bombs comes so close to a disastrous own goal, but manages just to keep it in play out of the goal. And now an attempt from distance stolen away as Benny Waffles was flying in to bury that in the back of the goal. Timo does enough just to keep the attacking play alive, gets a demolition as well, and it might be time to reset.
Might be time to reset, indeed. Reiki.
Oh no, they missed!
Hit the ball there. Benny Waffles with a chance to equalize it. But even his redirects, his shot doesn't go in all the way. And that's the defense from Timo again. Saki Bombs tried to do something off the back of that, but it didn't really work out either. And it continues to just be a straight back and forth. But Bronze Danger definitely on the more defensive side now. You can see Timo really making sure no weird shots are really going past him. This is one of them though. Good thing Matey's there, if I saw that correctly. As it is.
Important to know.
Crossing that halftime mark now. 2-1 still. Bronze Danger in a little bit of trouble now. It's more pressure being put out by Silverado.
It's important to note, NA servers for maps 1 and 2, and then again for maps 6 and 7. So if Bronze Danger can steal away a victory here on the second map, they have host advantage for the next 3 in a row. And if they can win all of them, that would be enough for them to take the series in its entirety before we go back to NA servers. So it's all important that they hold on to this lead. Maybe even extend it. No, Maisie's shot just wide of the post. Beautiful aerial effort, but not quite able to direct it in the correct angle. Saki Bombs misses what might have been a layup, but it just powered that goalwards, and the defense was scrambling, but didn't make the connection. Now Maisie up in the air, looking to try and play those combination moves, but in their own half this time. No real offensive capabilities with that sort of combination style of play, just looking to keep hold of the ball and set up a shot from range. Reiki shot redirected from goal by Boss.
Pretty good stuff. 1 minute remaining now. Both teams, you can tell, just getting a little bit more nervous now. Bronze Danger need to hold on to this one. That's a good demolition. This might give Silverado the opportunity now to do something with it, but it's been stolen away by Reiki. Stolen away from that offensive line that we've just seen a second ago. Brings the back into that favor. Zakibom has to be careful of not doing an own goal.
Oh, that's
almost would have been dangerous. Luckily, no one was there. Bronze Danger focusing on the defensive line. They don't want to give away anything now. The risks here are too dangerous. Giving away the lead, and this one should secure it. Timo uses that demolition that we've seen in the middle, but I'm not sure who it was. Must have been Reiki, I think, who took that. And then Timo, with that individual mistake, Saki Bombs that missed it. Just pops it in. He doesn't miss the easy one. He doesn't miss the easy ones. And there it is, 3-1, taking the lead.
That might just do it. That might be enough to secure them a victory on opposing servers as well. How crucial will that be in the long-term scheme of things, as it looks as though we will be tying up the scoreline 1-1 in this series. Boss trying to answer back and leave a little bit of time for one final assault, but time denied. Ball taken away, and the game clock will run down. Ball touches down on the floor as well. Volkswagen's Bronze Danger even up the series score on the NA server as well. 3-1 victory for the second time in a row, but this time in favor of Bronze Danger. They've answered back with a big, much-needed victory, and now they have 3 maps in a row on their home soil servers. How much of a difference will that make for Stuck in Silverado as they attempt to come back from this loss? It's only one way to find out, huh? We have potentially 5 more games in this series. And it's so tight, back and forth. Both teams with 1 victory apiece, a 3-1 either way. As Stuck in Silverado picked up map number 1, but then faltered on map number 2, as we did see Bronze Danger starting some of those combination plays once again. Reiki and Maisie picking up some clean plays towards the offensive side, and Timo definitely contributing as well. And now they've got to do it all again in what is essentially now a best of 5.
Oh, I'm sorry for the quick technical difficulties. My interface is playing some games with me today. It's not just Rocket League that's obviously being played here, but some kind of connection issue. Either way, I didn't even get to see the last 10 seconds. Now you got to keep me up to speed.
Oh, shams. Well, nobody scored, so nothing too crazy.
So it was the 3-1, I guess.
Rounded out a solid 3-1 victory. That it was indeed. And, well, it's tied up the score. It's a series score now 1 apiece. 1 for EU, 1 for NA, and now we're heading into 3 maps in a row on EU servers. So, potential advantage there for Bronze Danger on Volkswagen as they head up to try and knock out Stuck in Silverado, and taking down a map on the NA servers early on. But if they're not able to close out all 3 in a row, our final 2 maps will be back on NA as well. So it's all important that Bronze Danger make the most out of this opportunity.
Yeah, we've seen it before, how much some of these early advantages can really make a shadow semifinal as well, right? We've seen it on both semifinals, actually. And the team that started off strong was able to secure it in the semifinal. First one, second one, kind of the opposite way, but it did mean a lot in the sense that, the confidence got built up to really make that comeback happen. So guess we're going to have to wait and see. Either way, I'm not quite sure. I know you put a heavy emphasis on the entirety of like who's going to play on which server. I'm not quite sure if it really counts as much as it did on this one as it was on the last one. We're about to see. We'll have to find out. But so far, it doesn't really feel that way.
Well, it feels to me as though these teams are so tightly sort of contested between themselves. This is a much closer competition. No signs of any team having a 6-0 blowout regardless. So who knows? Maybe that's part of the reason why some of those unlikely misses that we've seen from a couple of these players have been occurring, maybe. Who knows? It could make all the difference. Those tiny margins could be the difference maker as we head into game number 3. Teemo on the ball following the kickoff. Cut out by Benny Waffles in the air. Maisie looking for an early shot on goal, but Big Steve going for an aerial carry of his own and taken away at the last second.
Saki bombs instead. On the defense, has to be careful here. Does look quite promising the way he's handled these. Big and long shot though coming in from Reiki. And the defense misses it. I didn't expect this one to go in, but that's a long travel. Look at this. Started in his own half. Pops it all the way. And I thought someone was going to come close, but I might have been mistaken there. I surely was mistaken now looking back at it. That's going to be 1-0 for Bronze Danger. And this is kind of similar to what we've seen in the last game. Bronze Danger taking the lead early. Stuck in Silverado. Has to make the comeback happen. Last time it didn't work. Let's see whether or not game number 2 is going to change something.
They held on to their lead effectively. Stuck in Silverado. They built themselves a lead. Map number 1, but lost it pretty swiftly. And off the post, Teemo gets a second. Bronze Danger looking to pile the pressure on now as Big Steve's clearance doesn't make it anywhere near the distance that he would have liked to take it out of danger, as Teemo with a little twist in the air, upside down connection with the front bumper, beautifully placed to send that ball out of reach of the defensive players. In off the post, 2-0 lead for Bronze Danger. Less than a minute played in map number 3.
It's your lead. Volkswagen taking the charge now. As you said as well, right? If they start off like this, if they start gaining confidence and just building this momentum that we've seen in the semi-finals around the last one, where they won 3 consecutive maps in a row, then it's really dangerous to stop them. And it feels like they've kind of found their group, they've kind of found their structure a lot better now than it was in the first couple of games in the semi-final. Which kind of proves the point, and this is a good example of this, kind of proves that point that they will get stronger as the tournament continues, and that's a bad sign for Stuck in Silverado, because things like this are starting to happen. Teemo coming in from the back lines, a player that they probably didn't expect to be that aggressive, flying in from the deep end of the defensive line of Bronze Danger and just pops it in, like, makes it look easy again as well.
Well, and that's to be fair, it is pretty easy when Reiki blows up the goalkeeper before he gets a chance to try and defend against it. Literally no one left back to defend after that demo. And Teemo just taps it home. 3-0 lead now. As long-range shots flying in, trying to get the ball once again into dangerous positions. Stuck in Silverado just need to slow things down, control the pace of the game a little more, because this hectic style is really playing into favor of Bronze Danger. I've shown time and time again that even from decent range with difficult to control aerial balls, they can be extremely precise with their aim. That just a little bit off target from Big Steve, and the ball cleared away now as Maisie sends it down into the path of Saki Bombs, who has to try and find a way to clear. But a nice twisting aerial assault once again from Teemo, trying to get the ball set up nicely for Reiki to try and smack towards the goal, but cut out. Defensive maneuvers now for Bronze Danger.
Good defense again from Big Steve. Needed one as well. That's a quick touch here from Teemo to defuse that attack as well. Really good pass over towards Matey. For a second I thought maybe something was going to come off it, but Stuck in Silverado is immediately there in the midfield to take control again, and they need to as well. They need to make something happen very fast. They cannot risk getting another goal in. Oh. That's it anyways. Matey scores it in, bangs it in. It's a quick touch yet again. Saki Bombs, what an unfortunate repositioning of ball. And then it misses both plays perfectly. All 3 plays actually, they're in really close vicinity. It kind of went in between all 3. Based off an unfortunate redirect from Saki Bombs. And that's how you I mean, that's how you drown in goals. Stuff like this happens. That's how you drown in goals. I'm really unfortunate so far for General Motors. And Bronze Danger really sees just crazy dominating game number 3.
It's not quite enough power to have cleared that fully. Oh, Maisie does miss, leaving a slight opportunity, but it's cleaned up quickly by Reiki, and now a follow-up attempt.
Wow.
An explosion in the goal as well, and then another follows it up as the aerial attempt will finally get them on the board. Benny Waffles blows up the goalkeeper as well as Saki bombs. Big long-range shot, basically a field goal. Should be worth 3 points, honestly. Comes flying through just underneath the crossbar, and now more players getting demoed, and it's once again Benny Waffles. A swift response, sunglasses on, deal with it, he says, as that 4-goal lead cut in half immediately. And we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, we do. What is happening right now? 2 really quick goals. I mean, imagine that 1 goal from Timo doesn't happen. I believe it was Timo, the last goal that happened, that was kind of just like an easy touch in. But all 3 of them missed it. No, I believe it was Matey, actually. Never mind me. Man, it would have been 2-3. That would have definitely been possible for the comeback. It was 0-4 a second ago. So we're going to have to wait and see whether or not another quick goal is potentially coming in. Bronze Danger, though, will use this as kind of a wake-up call, and I'm sure they will lock in a little bit more defense now. That's a good demolition, though. I think, unfortunately, they might be a little bit too far away. This is another one, as you've seen. But it was still Reiki touching it mid-air in the middle of all of it.
Oh,
and it's still a pass into the middle. He scores it in. What a performance. They've just had 2 demolitions. They reconsider, they reconsolidate, and still make passes like this happen. What a team.
Man, that combination is so lethal. Maisie and Reiki, when either one of them gets control of the ball, in the attacking third, in the corners, they get the ball across the face of goal. It's tap-ins every single time. But Big Steve is no stranger to a tap-in of his own, even from a decent distance, but maybe a bit of miscommunication between Maisie and Reiki for once to say which one of them would be heading back to defend the goal. It seemed almost as if both of them were heading back to pick up their home corner boosts, and that might just go straight in off the kickoff. Timo can't defend it. It's a 1-goal advantage now with 50 seconds left. Straight off the kickoff for Big Steve. A redirect off the side, bounces back, and Timo can't do enough to prevent it from going in. Suddenly, their entire lead has dwindled and diminished. 50 seconds to try and tie the game for Silverado.
Nothing short of amazing, ladies and gentlemen. We have a real game in our hands. This is finals worthy indeed. 1 goal now from Stuck in Silverado could turn the whole thing around. And they could bring it back in spectacular fashion. This looks dangerous. Scrambles around the goal. But somehow they clear it. As you can see, all 3 of the players are just scrambling around that goal. They want to keep it safe. 30 seconds remaining. That's a quick demolition against Bronze Danger. It's a shot. Oh. It's on it, though. Reiki's that just in time. Keeps it out of the goalposts. Keeps it away from it. 16 seconds. Time is ticking down. Saki Bombs has got an opportunity to do so. He gets blown up, though. Big Steve is still in possession. How is this happening? Finally, they get the defense on goal. And 2 demolitions off the back of that might just secure them the win, and it will indeed. Unless something crazy happens. There is still time for it, but I think Boost is going to run out any second. Maybe Steve can get it back up. No, you're kidding me, right?
It's gone.
There should be a way, and there is. And Volkswagen is going to win it. Runs away with it, but oh my word. I'm sweating. I don't know how the players do it. That was the closest game we've seen.
Silverado were pushing relentlessly at the end, but it turns out that the best defense is blowing up 2/3 of your opponent's team while they're desperately trying to push for that equalizing goal. Maisie's double demolition right at the end when it looked as though Silverado were looking to get that upper hand, to get that goal to equalize just before we head into overtime. Huge defensive work, and it's that all-out aggression, but we saw how many times that combination so deadly in the face of goal once again. Maisie and Reiki, they've really just been pulling it out time and time again, somehow finding the angles for those shots, but still Silverado not going down without one heck of a fight, taking it almost down to a tied game with a goal from kickoff as well. First time we've seen that all day. Was not quite enough for them to tie it up, though, so they're going to have a 2-map disadvantage, and it's getting dangerously close to map point now.
ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to keep you waiting. We don't want to keep you waiting. I think we're jumping right into the next game. And there we have it. The scoreline once more, 4-5. That was the closest game we've potentially seen in this series. I don't even want to say potentially. That's the closest game we've seen, period. That's the closest match we've seen. So I'm excited to see the next one. 2-1, Bronze Danger, Volkswagen taking the lead as we will head back into the game any second now, momentarily. And there it is. First game starts right away. First game, I'm saying first goal, obviously. Can't even find my words with how fast these two teams are playing. No one wants to give away any kind of advantage. And look at this, Benny Waffles. Quick touch in. Make it work.
Same thing again. Benny Waffles takes the shot and then bumps the goalkeeper out of the way of his own volition. I think we're probably just going to have to guess the scoreline on this one. Looks like 1-0 currently by the time that we get into the game. As we are... There we go. 40 seconds into play. A shot almost catching Boss off guard, but he sort of clings to the inside of the goalpost. Manages to clear it out. Keep their 1-goal advantage intact.
Oh, almost a perfect aerial redirect from Benny Waffles. Good shot attempt. Being easily diffused though. And this is an uncomfortable situation now for the first time. As we said, right, Stuck and Slither usually not the team so far in the finals that takes the first goal. At least not in 2 of the 3 matches that we've seen, if I recall correctly. It's been Bronze Danger taking the lead and taking the strides towards victory very early on. And obviously in the mid-game, last game as well, before the comeback was almost made possible by Benny Waffles and off the back of Big Steve very often as well. Boss playing more of a defensive role. This is a good shot finally. It's been cleared as well though. As it continues to be 1-0, but chances for both teams. And there it is. First goal on the board for Volkswagen. It's Matey with the assist coming in from Timo. Boss tried to clear it. And then look at this. Timo, I think it was Timo, damages, pulls him out of direction. I believe it was Bossdale, Big Steve, who tried to defend it, but pulls him out of the direction, denies his aerial on the defense.
Oh, Timo.
That was the most important thing here.
He just got sent, slammed, bodied into the roof. Didn't get exploded though, and so is still present as this attack comes forward. There's an explosion as Boss is taken out of play for just a couple of seconds, but still gets enough to set up Big Steve for a shot, but it's saved with a big backflip from Maisie on the goal line. A second attempt. Reiki this time is the defensive player, and Maisie with a follow-up save as well. The clearance is not getting enough distance, but finally they get the ball at least back to the halfway line with Reiki set up to take a long-range aerial shot, but not quite enough purchase to get it goalwards.
Good shots. There's a tough shot from the corner. Maybe this one's going to go in. Matey again with the defense. This man is just insane at the moment. Oh my word, he's really turned the series around. I thought it was Timo all the time, but in recent times it's Matey who's just not only scoring goals, he's doing saves, he's doing shots, he's doing everything right now. 3 saves already in this one. Massive, massive work for the Volkswagen squad and General Motors now. Looking to bring it back. Lots of pressure in recent times against them. These shots, for example, make it a little bit tougher here. Demolition as well. Nothing really coming off the back of that. General Motors have to pick this up. They want to make it 2-2. Maybe Timo, though. Great aerial. Maybe a connection with one of his teammates. Matey shoots it really deep. And there it is. Timo in the midst of it. Above 2 of the players. From General Motors, they have no chance whatsoever. Look at this, no boost, I think, even. To really defend this, yeah, probably no boost on Big Steve, even. Even if you would have had that, I don't think it would have gone in either way. 2-1, make that 2-1 with 140 to go.
Seems like a lot of the opportunities that show up for Bronze Danger come from clearances of Stuck in Silverado that just don't get the ball truly out of danger. There's always one more there just to put the ball back into a dangerous position, or sometimes even take a long-range shot themselves. Just can't quite get enough of a connection with that ball to take it fully clear. Big Steve will try and do exactly that, but followed up once again. Timo comes flying in on the downwards trajectory, keeping the ball in play. Benny Waffles, we should mention, has been subbed in for this game. Saki Bombs takes to the sidelines as Benny Waffles takes to the pitch. Trying to get the ball clear, but once again, the ball is not cleared effectively. And Maisie is there with a tap-in as it drops kindly off the backboard ahead of the goal, directly in front of them. And Benny Waffles just can't sort the wheels out in time to get into an angle to defend against it off the goal line. Just an onslaught of offensive play from Bronze Danger, giving them the 3-1 advantage once again.
I've seen crazier comebacks, especially from Stuck in Silverado just last game. Far from impossible, especially if you have shots like this. Big Steve, like an airplane in the sky. And what is it? It's Big Steve. My word, what a shot. I mean, Timo, you couldn't have planned for this. I mean, Timo was almost perfect in the defense as well. He almost covered the entirety of the right side of the goal. But no, not if you're an airplane like Big Steve. No. You're gonna bang it in anyways. Doesn't matter, 2-3.
Uh-oh. Oh, huge save. But it doesn't matter. The rebound is there again. Benny Waffles came flying in to deny that first effort that was creeping in on the close side of the goalpost. But again, the clearance doesn't go far enough to get the ball truly out of danger. It's a scramble to try and keep the ball clear directly back into the path of the on-rushing Volkswagen assault. And 4-2, the lead is restored. 2 goals again. It's a long-range shot. Oh, it's in off the bar. That one is a true field goal from Maisie from 50 yards, whatever the heck it was. Downtown in his own half. A huge long-range effort. And this game has quickly fallen apart for Silverado as Bronze Danger are looking as though they're going to move within match point.
Incredible. I mean, literally nothing short of incredible. Without Volkswagen has made this game their own here in match number 4. Despite so many chances from Stuck in Silverado, same story again, right? We play this game 2-3 more times, we might have a different result right here. But they've just been having that confidence, that extra bit of luck, that extra bit of composure as well in front of the goalpost. That extra bit of passing power in this one. That's going to secure them. Match them at point already. We're in the finals. It's 3-1 already, just like that. It's incredibly fast games. Incredibly fast-paced games, rather, I should say. And off the back of Matey's incredible performance, 855 score points. They will take game 4 as well.
Trying to think back to before we started this final series, our predictions, where we said Stuck in Silverado, they might take an early lead, but Bronze Danger might just come back and punish them for every little mistake that is made. And so many times it's just the clearances not getting the distance needed or being put back into a dangerous position. But you don't really get much of a choice because the clearance is a goal line scramble clearance. If you don't make that exact play, the ball's going in the goal regardless. But just the follow-up is always there from the Volkswagen squad. Bronze Danger 3-1 on map count now. They're on match point. It's not going to be a reverse sweep for Stuck in Silverado, but they need 3 maps unanswered to try and claim this title. They have no further opportunities to slip up in this series at all.
I mean, look, we had our predictions and we set comebacks in here and this, but you gotta be honest, right now, it just looks like Volkswagen has got that extra bit of luck, that extra bit of confidence they need to really finish this off. We do, however, have that match point a game coming up now. And whether or not Stuck in Silverado can really bring things back, whether or not General Motors can channel what they've shown us in the first semi-final, we're about to find out. 5 minutes once again. It might be the last 5 minutes of this final of the Corporate World Esports Championship. And it's off to an explosive start again. First big chance for Stuck in Silverado right here.
Well, they picked up the first goal in our previous match and then went on to get kind of rolled for the rest of it. Unfortunately, getting that first early goal, getting the early momentum, not enough. You need to hold on to it and build on it, ideally. Big Steve does manage to cut out a ball that was headed into a dangerous position, but it was heading there lazily and slowly, but the clearance once again not far enough away. Reiki and Maisie just putting the pressure forwards. Reiki up in the air, upside down, off the side of the vehicle, directing the ball goalwards. These clearances have got to start putting more distance between the goal and the ball. Otherwise, it's just going to continue in this fashion. Reiki always there to follow up whenever Maisie makes the play and vice versa as well. This combination, man, all day has been so impressive.
Incredibly impressive indeed. And now it's backs against the wall for the very first time here for Stuck and Steverado. They didn't have a similar situation in the semi-finals. This is do or die. They don't want to give a second place here. They want to win this. They want to win the Corporate World Esports Championship. That's going to give them bragging rights all across the nation and beyond. Especially in Europe. They can proudly proclaim themselves as, obviously, General Motors having the best Rocket League team out of any company. And whether or not that's going to happen, we'll find out any second now. But as of right now, it's Volkswagen with all the advantages you could possibly imagine. It's 1-0, it's 3 maps they've won already, and just one more that's being needed.
Well, one thing you can pretty much guarantee is they're not going to win this game by sitting back and defending their 1-goal advantage. This ain't going to be an FA Cup final or Europa League final, I would say. As a biased Tottenham enjoyer, I'll take it. But no, there's going to be a lot more aggression. There's going to be more goals to come in this game. It's just going to be a question of who scores them. Saki Bombs making sure that it's not going to be his team that concedes next. He's back in play once again as Benny Waffles hits the subs bench for what is a do-or-die game. Off the crossbar, a long-range shot from Maisie. Big Steve picks it up before it can be redirected into danger. Boss looking to carry it forwards, but cleared off the goal line. And straight back towards their goal. Maisie there to try and follow up. And a follow-up again. No, it's in off an own goal from Boss. He couldn't get out of the way quickly enough. The ball bounces off his hood. Oh, no. Maisie with the final touch. And there's nothing Boss can do but sit and watch as the ball ricochets off him into his own goal. A 2-goal deficit at the halfway point of what could be the final match of this series.
I mean, no real fault to Boss. That was a crazy shot. Whoever was above the goal, whoever was on the backboard, the way he changed the angle of the ball to make it straight down towards the goalpost, that was nothing short of incredible. I mean, that was part of the reason why Boss even did that angle, right? He didn't expect this ball to have that sort of a sharp angle. So crazy stuff coming out from Brawl's Danger again. They just seem to be a little bit smarter right now, a little bit more mechanically inclined as well on some of these actions. Can they bring it across the finish line, though? That's the big question. Reiki on the defense once more. Just 2 minutes between Volkswagen and their win from the World Esports Championship, the World Esports Conference Championship, if you will. To win against General Motors from the North American continent. And bring it home. That might be the... Almost the decision, excuse me, Saga. Almost.
Almost. It's funny you bring up the word mechanical, as we were doing our research before the stream, and the description that we were given of Maisie is a mechanical beast with bad internet. So yeah, you're not wrong. Mechanics have definitely been on full display. We've also, the information that like 2 of the players on the Bronze Danger have played together for a long time. They found their third just before the Brawls. Just purely based on what we're seeing, I've got to assume it's Maisie and Reiki that were the 2 that have had thousands of hours of combination play between the 2 of them, and Timo was the addition, surely. Because the way that they've been combining all throughout the series has been huge. But Boss making sure that combination is not the be-all and end-all. He might have I Will Lose in his name, but he's not going to try and live up to that with a huge little bit of a play. Big Steve was there to bury that had it not gone in regardless. But Boss taking matters into his own hands, leading from the front. 1 minute left, a 1-goal disadvantage, and they need to try and find a way to make it up.
That's one of the best individual plays we've seen so far, I'm gonna be honest. That's a triple touch and then a redirect into the goal. That's kind of insane, not gonna lie. That was a great shot coming out from Boss. And it's exactly what they need with just about 40 seconds left. Oh my word, Saki Bombs!
What is that angle?
That was almost similar to how they scored the own goal. Look at this, the ceiling touch. The ceiling touch into the goal. That's something you see very, very rarely in Rocket League.
No way.
They just score it in from this angle with 40 seconds left. They keep General Motors in the game. And Volkswagen has been crushed now, I'm sure. Mentally crushed. They know they had it so close to winning the Corporate World Esports Championship. It's so very close now. But they just maybe stay alive for another goal.
Oh, Timo had glory in his eyes. That ball flying towards the top corner, but it's Boss again who hits the epic save, keeps his team alive. 10 seconds remaining in regulation time before this may just go to overtime. Unless someone can find the back of the net in the next 2 seconds, the ball is on the floor. There will be no continuation. It's overtime. It's the fight for the tournament life for Stuck in Silverado, or the fight for the title for Bronze Danger. And Maisie has a vision of it. He's done it. Off the backboard, sets himself up.
Oh my goodness.
7 seconds is all it takes of overtime as Maisie, bad internet or not, Mechanical Beast confirmed, sets himself up off the backboard and puts the final nail in the Silverado coffin. A huge victory for Bronze Danger as Volkswagen from EU will become the corporate esports metagame company esports world champions.
Incredible scenes, mates. You gotta give him the MVP of the tournament here. Oh my word, he's come back. At the start of it, I want to say it was Timo, but then he took a little bit of a backwards approach. Not rather backwards approach, more of a defensive approach, I want to say, which isn't backward at all. Let the two played-in guys be at the front lines. Let them do their thing. That's what it seemed the strategy was going for on the side of Volkswagen. It worked out perfectly. Timo was a very strong backbone of that roster, but ultimately, the decision in terms of goals, in terms of assists, that was matey, and I can't say, honestly, it was really matey, especially in the finals. His performance, nothing short of amazing. Deservingly so, taking the finals in a very decisive fashion as well. 4-1.
Those combination team plays from Bronze Danger the entirety of the way through. Reiki and Maisie just undefendable at times, and then Timo holding the back line with long shots, incredible accuracy. Really solid performances as well from Stuck in Silverado. The series overall may not have seemed that close with a 4-1 victory, but the individual games were always down to the wire. Last second goals, overtimes, really putting up a very solid fight. And even with the sort of switching up of rosters in between to try and adapt to what they were playing up against. But Bronze Danger, that consistency, the team play, they just had it all, and it was a little bit too much for the General Motors squad to deal with. A well-deserved victory, but massive commiserations to Stuck in Silverado. They've been a very, very solid force to try and contend with all throughout the day. Just unfortunately not quite enough when facing up against the big dogs who walk away as the title.
We said it before, right? He's going to be the team to beat, Timo in particular, and rather his team. Especially if you play someone like Timo with two really just played-in plays, that's going to be tough. But I mean, we've seen great individual play from everyone, right? Boss, I remember that goal literally last game. What individual performance? Where did that come from? I mean, we've seen glimpses of it here and there from any of these players, but that was one moment, for example, I distinctly remember where I was like, wow, okay, this is the level we're playing at. So crazy. Got to give it up for General Motors as well. Incredibly tough, hard-fought victory in the semi-finals, make it into the finals. As you said as well, right, the scoreline might have seemed decisive, but each one of these games could have gone differently. And maybe, who knows, maybe one day we'll see them back on LAN, and then all the differences that these players will probably put on won't be there anymore, and we'll see it again.
Yeah, this series looked pretty one-sided, but this series might not have even happened had the final game of their previous semifinals gone the opposite way. Bronze Danger was taken to a map 7 in their semifinals by the half-and-half flip, so they've really not had an easy path to get here. But again, that cohesion, that chemistry got them across the line with a big 7-3 victory in the final game of their semifinal performance. They carried that momentum forwards, and despite an early loss in game number 1 of the finals, from there on out, unanswered 4 victories in a row. Huge performance for them. Commiserations to Stuck in Silverado, but it's Silverado medals for you, unfortunately, this time around, as the Bronze Danger has upgraded to gold medals. In first place, they will be claiming the title of the Continentals Company Esports World Cup with Metagame and CEA, and we have to say, it's extremely well-deserved. Solid performances the entire way through, and what a game, what a set of games it has been for Rocket League. But that's not the only game that we have today. We've got the CS2 finals coming up very shortly as well, semi-finals of which were last week, and I can tell you, if you're expecting a high level of performance like we've just seen here in Rocket League, yeah, you should be expecting that for CS2. We'll be coming up with the CS2 finals in just a few minutes. We are back for the finals of the weekend of the Continentals Company Esports World Cup. It's CS2 time, where we saw the teams last weekend take their semi-final matchups, both of them coming out ahead. We have Nordin as the representatives from NA and Bestler from EU, both of whom defeated their opponents in 2-0 fashion on map score and are already making their way through the map vetoes to get underway for the best of 3 finals here for CS2. Once again, I'm Saga. I've got Falix with me, and it's our second finals cast of the day. Rocket League was chaos. It was a lot of fun. It was relentless. And now we're getting into the tactics and strategy of CS2.
Excited, as you've seen, as you said, right? Rocket League was chaotic, it was fun, and I'm hoping we're going to have the same thing happening here on Counter-Strike. Even though I'm going to say, with how these teams have been playing and just the way Counter-Strike works, I'm expecting a lot more structured play.
Oh, structure, that's for sure. I mean, I'm thinking back to the previous weekend, some of the teams that we saw. Nordin of NA, a very, very confident team, very high quality fraggers on that squad. But at the same time, it almost seemed like they weren't really taking it all that seriously. I look at the stats. I'm thinking back to there was an XM10 that was held onto for about 8 rounds in a row, an auto shotgun running around, and that thing actually was doing a lot of damage. And it was really difficult to try and beat up against. So hey, if Bestler was watching that match, maybe that's something that they've got in the back of their mind, saying they might start pulling out the weirdo strats again, but we've got to be ready for that. But the map bans have started to come through. We're starting off on Dust 2, where it was Bestler CS picked up their second win in the semifinals, 13-4, a dominating match for them that secured their spot here in the finals. So no surprise to see that they picked that as their first opening map.
Yeah, some super strong fraggers, I guess, on that LinkedIn Nordstrom combo as well. Pax, I think, was the only player that had an ace in the semi-finals, the only player that really was able to eliminate an whole team by himself. So I'm hoping we're going to see a similar fashion here today. But as you said, right, these guys had a bit of fun. So I'm not sure they will do the same thing here, though, because, yeah, I think Bestler is not a team to have fun with. It's really tough to kind of judge on what level these two teams are in comparison to each other. I guess I like to think the first 5 rounds is going to give us somewhat of an idea whether or not this is going to be just straight domination from one side, or whether or not we might have an actual really competitive final in our hands, the same way we saw it in the finals from Rocket League, for example, right? We knew from the get-go these two teams are very, very close by in terms of general skill level. And I kind of want to say that CS amplifies it a little bit, just based off how the game is structured. You can do a lot more with a little bit more experienced player, not necessarily mechanically inclined players, but just experienced players. So maybe it's the better game to kind of mitigate some of the mechanical strengths than for example, I'd say Rocket League. But still, you got to have at least some players that will just frag out. And whether or not that's going to be the case, we'll see in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we certainly will, and we've got all 3 of the maps locked in to see who we will be seeing take to the battlefields in different locations. So we're starting off, as we said, on Dust 2. The second map will be Ancient, which is, again, a worrying sign if you are Bestler, because as much as they won 13-4 on their Dust 2 matchup, well, equally, Nordin picked up a win in their semi-final matchup, 13-4 on Ancient. So both teams getting a strong home advantage, but we are giving the home server over to the opposing team when it comes to the map picks. So we will be playing Dust 2 on the server, which favors the opposite side of the team that picked. And it was Escada and the squad of Bestler who will be taking the host for this. So, starting off with a strong performance in the semifinals for the European home squad, and they're going to really need to bring that performance out. One thing that could definitely be a key factor, especially on this map, is in the entirety of the semifinals, maybe this plays a little bit into the weirdo strats that we were talking about, where they're using things like auto shotguns, but only 3 kills with an AWP across all of the rounds on both maps for Nordin. Whereas Chris K picked up 16 AWP kills across both maps in his semi-final on the EU servers. So the AWP, a monstrously powerful weapon, in particular on a map like Dust 2 with those long-range sightlines, that could be a huge point of advantage for Bechtle in map number 1.
Yeah, Bechtle, in case you haven't heard of them, one of the biggest IT solutions provider and system, just general system house in Germany. Over 70 locations, and also interesting saying that because most of the teams spread all across Germany, so most of them haven't even met each other, right? Which is kind of a crazy thing to think about. Usually all the professional teams, obviously, they train together, they work together, but this is more like a gaming community inside of Bechtle. They wanted to join this tournament, and look where it's brought them, literally to the Corporate World Esports Championship. I'm excited to see them. They also haven't won a title yet, which is the more important point I'm trying to make. Haven't won a title yet. They haven't won a regional title yet, so even though they haven't won a regional title yet, they're in the running, actually, to win the Corporate World Esports Championship. So what could be better than not having a regional title, or winning a regional title? Winning this one.
Yeah,
so
winning an international.
Yeah.
Why not? Who needs a regional title when you could win an international title once again? Tottenham Hotspur and Joya. I agree with this sentiment. We'll take a European Championship. Who cares about the Premier League? Haha. It could be the exact same situation here for Bechtle, but it will be some very tough competition for Nordin. And again, it'll be some tough usernames for us, as we sort of alluded to a little in the earlier on portion during the Rocket League segment. But some of the team usernames are interesting from a caster perspective, but myself and Morgan had a lot of fun with it in last weekend's. We'll see whether or not they're still using that when we head into map number 1. The gunshots are raining in the background in our ears as the warm-up is underway for Dust 2, the first of 3 maps. And this is a map that when we spoke to some of the teams prior to their semifinals matchup, Escada of Bechtle said there's a couple of maps that he finds that are good for them. Dust 2 is one of that they would categorize as it's okay, it's all right. But their performance on it in the semifinals, a 13-4 dominating victory, kind of speaks otherwise. So it's a little bit something that Nordin are going to have to keep an eye on as we head into map number 1.
And they also said on the same questionnaire that Ancient was going to be a map that they're really good at, which is the second map, by the way. So in theory, Bechtle should be fine in both of these maps. They've got some really experienced players as well. We're talking about Chris K, for example, 10 years of video editing frappings, and he's even played LANs, and he's set 16 AWP frags in semis. You can attest to that, obviously. Also played Alliance of Valiant Arms professionally in Taiwan, Korea, and Japan. I've never heard of that game, unfortunately.
No, of course you haven't. It only exists in Asia, and that's why.
Okay, so that might be why.
Player, no EU
that's
servers.
Kind of ridiculous.
On 100 plus
maybe
ping, so when we go to NA, I mean, he'll be happy. He's in his home element.
Oh, true. I didn't even think of that like that. True. He's used to the mapping. Well, wait and see and find out whether or not that's going to happen. Karada and Lenarov immediately goes down, though. It's a quick trade towards Sharp, though, as Kriegskate takes it back. Tralalero, tralala. I'm not even sure I should pronounce it. Do I pronounce it in a Mimi speech? Probably. It's probably the one what he's going for.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, either way, he's almost an opportunity to take down 2 there. Unfortunately, falls short. And now it's all down to SK. Drops down 1. Sees him towards short. He should have a good idea where the rest of the 2 plays are from now. One of which is on 5 HP. He has to do it, and he does. Hyper, together with his teammate Farouk, will take him down. That was a really close one. That was a really close piss round, I'm not going to lie.
It's a big entry from Chalalero. It's enough for the Bechtle to get onto the bomb site, get the plant down, but just power in numbers coming back through on the retake through CT. Enough just to keep Hyper Top Hat alive. This is a name that actually is a new addition to this squad. Wasn't here for the semifinals. There's a couple of teams that had some of their key players missing for the semifinals. This seemingly was one of them. So unfortunately for any fans of the Nordin squad that was playing during the semifinals, they no longer have the player whose name is just 8 capital A's. So we don't have to say every time he gets a headshot. But hey, maybe we might just do it anyway. That sounds fun. But downside, unfortunately, 1 death on the board, but they've got the round, and that's all that really matters. It's minimal investment now for Bechtle. They got the bomb down, so they can afford to invest in a follow-up round after this one. A couple of Tech 9s and a Deagle for Tralalero, and he was hitting some pretty beastly shots with that, but he's been flanked around the side and gets tapped down by Farouk's MP9. Does get some big damage, but not enough. 1 pick up, though, on Hyper Top Hat. He does go down, traded by his own grenade. That's at least a little bit of damage for the T's.
Nice try, I like it. If they would have coordinated that jump out of the smoke, maybe just a tiny bit better in terms of timing, they would have actually found one. Maybe even have got the bump down. I'm not quite sure if they had it with them, but at least one player would have probably gone down for Nordstrom and LinkedIn. Two absolute powerhouses, obviously, as well. Companies I don't really think I have to explain. Almost seems unfair that they're obviously mixing themselves together here, but by the looks of it, fair enough for someone to at least have a chance in this run. One bachelor. But now with a chance here, going out towards long and straight to the smoke. We've seen this in the last game already on B. Excuse me, the last round already on B. They will find a quick trade as well. Winway goes down. Hype as well falls to the ground. It's a 2-1 trade actually in favor of Bachelor, which might solidify their position on A. They will make it across. Just two players to, into a really bad retake scenario now for them, especially if they look down towards CT. And this is a really strong take. Kurutz takes another one down. It's just Cardinal now, and his position is known as well. And at 1 on 3.
Just swarmed their way up long. Swinging out through the smoke. Slenderov gets the first. Does get dropped, but he's instantly traded, and that will be the only player to fall for one Beshla. Until Chalalero gets a little bit high feed, drops himself down into CT, is picked off by K Cardinal, so that's another AK that needs to be repurchased, reinvested into the round. But it's a big pickup for Beshla to get themselves on the board and maybe start stacking up some money. If they can get another win in this round, maybe it might be time for Chris K to ask the Bank of Kirads for a swift loan to get that AWP in play. We know how much impact he's been able to have with that. Now, just absolutely zero presence on long whatsoever for Nordin. They've given it up completely. Farouk, the only player to invest, as he had the money to spare to pick up an M4 for himself. He's going to be holding an angle on short, maybe anticipating this push to come back along long. They've seen a lot of utility expended, smoke grenades, and he does manage to pick one off as Tralilero gets caught in rotation, but they're not falling for the bait. They've already started to make their move over towards the mid and B bomb site, where the bomb is starting to make its rotation towards.
Right, but you're getting a lot of information. Unfortunately, it is the buy round that they should really use this for, and not save. These types of plays usually reserved for the ones that really matter, but I mean, they're finding the frags anyways. Completely falling apart here. Farouk even getting one towards tunnels. It's a quick trade as well. Teammate fell down, it doesn't even matter. It's just K left now with this. While in the smoke, maybe he will find Nordstrom LinkedIn in somewhat of a surprising situation. Chris K, are you kidding me? He gets both! Survives with just about 21 HP. He baited him with the AK. They were completely confused, and rightfully so. Chris K, what a play. And he finds himself in a 1v1 now. 15 seconds left to go. He can't really make too many plays. He has to go for the bomb plant. And that's going to result in Farouk now. And the opportunity to retake this. I don't think the Molotov's going to come in time, but it's a good one.
It actually might cause Farouk some problems. He's cut himself off his own angle on the elevator. Chris had the angle, but Farouk gets the 4K, keeps his team alive with a 3-round-to-1 advantage. That was such a costly anti-eco round. Every single player losing their life. They at least get the bomb down, but that bait attempt up long, using a lot of smokes, a lot of utility to try and sell the idea that they were going to push long, losing Tralilero as he crossed through a little gap in the smoke, and the read completely picked off as they tried to make their way onto B bomb site. Chris tried to make his way back, but it seems as though we're going to have a little bit of a connection issue or something, so we might have to have a bit of a pause. But Farouk, 4 kills on that round, 8 in total. We're only 4 rounds in. So looking like a solid performance to start things off, but Chris K does manage to get his hands on the AWP, that bomb plant giving him the extra pennies to make that reality. And that's a dangerous weapon on this map.
You know what's crazy as well? You just know it's big companies playing when you see Dopplers in almost every second hand. These are some expensive knives, let me tell you. These are some expensive knives. So obviously, companies treating them very well. Especially here, you can see it almost every second player. I love it. Love to see. 3-1. Quick pause. It's going to resume any second now, as we head on over to number 5. But it's a rather balanced. It's a rather balanced mix of things. I got to say, I expected this to be a little bit more one-sided. Not the case. Both teams really really, yeah, tight with each other. In terms of skill set, absolutely. It's what you love to see. Chris K opening things up. Oh, getting revenge for the last round. Farouk goes down. AWP headshot as well. Didn't need to do it, but does it anyways.
But look at the stats, 199 ADR. That's basically the equivalent of 2 kills that have just been removed from this round. Farouk has done so much work, particularly in that previous round. It almost maybe looked like an overinvestment for him to be the only player who picked up armor and the M4 suppressed, but he got a 4K with it, so you really can't question it, but he won't get the opportunity this time because Chris K with the AWP finds early impact as he tried to make a push up mid, tried to catch them off guard. The bomb is still being held down in mid, though, in the hands of Kirads, as the rest of the squad just completely swarm the A bomb site. There's no one here to defend. Actually, Tralolero might be getting caught out through the long doors if he's not too careful, but he might catch Windway out. No, he checks the corner, and Tralolero is caught. Trying to lurk on the back line, but now 2 angles of approach that the CTs can take to attempt to get there back onto the A-bomb site.
Quick flash of the smokes. Short retake has to happen. Kurit's placed the claw angle on. Get to his teammate. He's trying to go for the knife. I love it. He doesn't fight the knife, but that's a good play. It's a smart play as well. It's not a bad one, actually. There's reasons to do that, apart from just, you know, having a bit of fun. But it's good. It's good to see that they have it. They're doing both, you know, playing as serious as it gets. But if you do have the moments to have fun, you take them just like that. Short retake is being denied 3-2. And by the looks of things, yeah, it's much closer than I expected. I said the first 5 rounds is going to show us how this matchup is I'm not going to say supposed to go, but is going to go somewhat realistically.
Well, this isn't how it's supposed to go. Not supposed to just sprint up mid with pistols and get 2 opening frags at the back of long doors. They've even taken the bomb down as well. Farouk's done it again. He's made the investment into the suppressed M4, the solo player to purchase a rifle, to purchase the armor. And he will be the last man standing for his squad, but it's again a costly round. Only 2 surviving for one Beshla. Got a good idea that Farouk might be lurking up. And he does catch him out. It will be a round win that equalizes the scoreline, but it's again a costly one. One Beshla didn't get a bomb plant this time. They didn't even get close to a bomb site before they got swarmed up mid with 5-7s.
Costly round indeed. Luckily they have quite a bit of bank here. Almost 5k here, almost 6k, excuse me, on SK, for example. Chris K as well, even though he's bought the AWP in recent rounds on 3.4k. That's a lot of money to have in the bank in round number 7, especially on the T side. If we look on the opposing side, it's barely enough to grab full utility on all of the players. A lot of these might not even have full utility. Obviously, a couple of smokes have already been thrown, but be that as it may. The perfect setup, an MP9 towards long as well. Unfortunately, that's been denied relatively early on as well, so that's going to be somewhat of a disadvantage coming in mid-game. But as of now, no real contact anyways.
Just trying to hide, keep themselves safe out of the way of Chris K's AWP, looking for some searching shots through the mid doors. They don't have an AWP of their own to answer back, and they've still not been able to take him out to try and get their hands on that weapon. There was a bit of an exchange for a moment there as he handed it over to Lenaroff, but then quickly took it back. Lenaroff is going to try and lurk his way out onto long, but there is a 2-man defense. That's Windway and Hyper Top Hat who are lurking, still holding on to those long doors for now. 1.5 players present on the B bomb site. As Downside taking little shoulder peeks to try and see if he can spot any movement at all down B tunnels. And then a half rotation for Cardinal as the smoke will land onto CT, cutting off that line of sight. As a rotation starting to come through. Talalero's burning. He hasn't realized yet. He lost all of his HP. Windway's flashbang completely lost all vision, lost all audio. He just burns to a crisp. Downside does manage to get one, but he's traded on B bomb site, but it's a 3 versus 2. And the rotations are coming in thick and fast from the CTs.
Really good fake here. That back that was going for Chris K. Oh my word, hits the headshot as well. Windway goes down. He's got the opportunity. Second one here for that's smart. Gets the flash off first. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Chris K kind of baited them away, the flash only really hit their teammates. And with that one, it might just be a little bit too late for Nordstrom. Okay, LinkedIn, yeah, Lena should have an opportunity here. If not him, then Chris Okay, to hit the last frag. Farouk goes down, make that 3-4. Basically with a little bit of a comeback, to be honest. A really, really, really good comeback, actually. Especially if you take a look at their bank accounts. I mean, if they're smart with it, they might be able to buy for the remainder of this half.
Chris K, once again, ducking his head down out of the way, keeping himself alive, so he picks up that final frag and then heads back over, picks up the AWP. He's actually handed it over to Tralalero, which is a little bit risky because he's died every single round, lurking, 7 deaths, but it's Julie's straight down long, just flying out with the akimbo pistols, takes the head off of Lenarov, completely unanswered, even gets away with the AK as well. That's a really costly opening pick to concede for One Beshla. That gives a much more potent defense of long to the CT side, but they've backed up. There's one all the way in the back of pit. It's Windway with the AK. He might catch them off guard. He sees the flashbang throw and he knows the push is coming. They're not looking. He gets one more. Doesn't get the second, but Chris K answers back with 2. Windway does get a second, but he's running out of bullets. He doesn't have enough. Chris K with a 3K.
Really good stuff, but not before. A lot of damage has already been done. Windway, 3K. Before he has been eliminated and taken out of the equation. And so has Chris K. Tralalero, trala. The Italian brain roll meme. We'll find 1, we'll find 2. Makes it look so damn easy. 3-5. Good shots as well. He would have almost certainly been taken out if he would have shots, by the way. So, high pressure scenario.
He needed it.
Oh, yeah. 3-5, though. Brings Bechler back into contention for this half. Quite convincingly so, actually. It's been some time since Nordstrom LinkedIn has found themselves a convincing round, to be honest. Apart from the very first ones, and especially the piss round, has not really much followed after that.
That's sort of the issue, though. If you start to lose your advantage of economy on CT side, particularly on a map like Dust 2, where smokes and Molotovs just also important, they've just never really been able to get to the point where they can get a full buy with weapons and utility. And downside just tries to take a peek up towards mid, gets one banged. Chris K's just on an absolute mission. AWP, AK, doesn't matter. 2 kills on the round. Farouk almost gets caught. Grenade in hand, has to retreat swiftly back to CT. There's no cover. Lenarov just drops off the edge and cops him a bullet to the side of the head. It is traded, but it's a very valuable trade now for One Beshla. A couple of Molotovs into CT to stem the push, and there is no way onto that bomb side for the CTs.
Basically, all they need to do really now is slide this one out. I'm going to go for it anymore. Saving is happening. Cardinal and Hyper will try and get it the next round. This is dominant so far. It doesn't feel that dominant, but it really is. If Chris K opens up each and every single one of these rounds, and the confession that he does, it's going to become a problem for Norden. It's really going to become a problem for Norden to bring things back. And counting toward that, the economy that you've been talking about as well, right? Another save. Thereby is not going to be perfect. All too perfect either. You can see it. They might need to drop these weapons, buy for themselves. That only is really going to be possible on one of them, which is Hyper. And whether or not it's going to be a 4-bar, we'll have to wait and find out. But from us already, they've seen that's been purchased. Never mind.
They saved 2 weapons, so they can at least kind of buy into it. They've got Molotovs, smokes on most players. Farouk is not looking the most stacked in terms of what he has available to him. Swift grenade smoke just to buy some time, but they've already just ran straight through it. Lenarov gets one, that's taken out, but is traded quickly by Escade. A lot of damage dealt, though, onto One Beshla. Just about 100 HP between Escade and Kirad's. 1 tappable to the M4s that still remain in play for the CTs, but control of long entirely conceded to the Ts. They've still got Chris K lurking down mid. He gets an angle as Windway was looking for a flank through the mid doors. 4 versus 2 now in favor of One Beshla, and they're looking to round out what has been a pretty dominant second half of the opening T-side half for them after losing 3 of the first 4 rounds. They've pretty much been undefeated since that point.
Complicated way, but sure, yeah. Dominant second half of the first half, yeah. Beshler's been running away with it here after that pistol round. They've got an AWP now in play as well, which is going to make the last 2 rounds a whole lot more easier. Norden, with the dominant some of these takes, armed with a weather trace towards long, have worked. not even going to go for it anymore, and I can understand why. I like what they did in the beginning, though. I gotta say, Norden, really smart, anticipating that long move, 2 flashes up top. All they needed to do was hit the flashes maybe a little bit better, and also hit the shots. That's all there was. That's all they needed to win this round, and Norden had the opportunity to do so. Round would have been completely different if they hit the shots up long. Unfortunately, not able to do so, but they're on the right track here. They're on the right track of taking things back. For a team that's been that dominant in the first semi-final, I'm expecting more here. If not in this half towards the end of it, then in the second one.
Beshler has always, really throughout the semi-finals and here as well, displayed just good proficiency in trading. They never let one player die for free, unless sometimes it's Tralolero just getting a little bit high fee, or even just going for a bait. Just selling himself on the A bomb site while the rest of the squad makes a push towards B. But usually there's going to be at least 2 or 3 players there, so if one does fall, it's an instant trade. CTs have to spread themselves a little bit thinner as they hold defensive positions across the map with lack of information on exactly where the push is going to come from. But this time they've got information, as Farouk, he's really good at this. He was doing this a lot on Ancient in the semi-finals, lurking aggressively, pushing forwards. He might just miss out the timing, but actually he catches Chris K throwing a smoke grenade down mid. He was about to peek down mid. He was about to get ganked in the side by Chris K, but he saw the grenade at the last second and just held his push for one moment, and it falls apart quickly. The aggressive lurking play, pushing through long doors, finds the opening, and finally Norden are back on the board. They cannot lose this round, though. That would reset their round loss bonus. They can't afford that. They have to make this win count. Tralolero, for some reason, just bought a Negev. Hopefully that was a refund angle on that, surely.
Well, it is after all, so we may never know what really happens inside that Shark's mind. It's a quick B push, though. They read this perfectly. They just haven't checked the angles. Almost a second frag. This would have been perfect for Norden. But it is indeed a 4-4 retake here with a lot of damage done once again by Cardinal. Done his duty. Done his duty. Maybe a second frag would have secured another round, but it's like this. It's open for both sides. Hyper needs to win this duel, though, especially after his teammate's just fallen. He does indeed. 3-on-3.
The Molotov might have just baited him a little bit. That went over the head of Farouk, forced him to play up close on the window angle. They might have thought it was safe, but it doesn't matter. They tried to double up, go for a double peek, lost the head of his teammate, and wasn't able to find a response to it. Escade still holding the line. Low HP at the back of B bomb site, but they come flying through the door. Kirad's blind spraying, switches over to the Tech-9, gets all 3. They just can't find a way in through the doors. Kirad's holding the close range angle, sprays down the first 2, and the Tech-9 as well to round it out. An 8-4 half for one Beshler. Dominant performance on the CT side, and it's a massive way to set themselves up for success on map number 1, on their map pick of Dust 2.
Really great stuff. Really, really great stuff. Beshler, for a second, I thought they were going to lose it towards the end of it. Right, that 4th round for Norden looked a little bit shaky, gotta be honest. But they've brought it back convincingly. Beshler's back on track to take this first match in a very, very spectacular fashion. In a very dominant fashion. Lenarov, let's see if he can make something happen. It's a great angle, but Farouk shuts him down right away. It's an information play that would have worked out perfectly. We've just gotten these, maybe 2 frags even. Unfortunately, he gets shot down right away. Only 1 nade. I don't think there's a smoke that came through. Never mind me. Now the smoke is already popped. They're still being...
What?
They still find plays. How? What's happening? 1, 2, 3, just like this. SK tries to make it through the smoke. I mean, an understandable play, I guess. If you're already in a situation like this, one before, just try and, surprise them. Everyone's looking at a different angle, but they're not going to find anyone, actually. Not in just roams through the piston run. What just happened, Saga?
Top Hat just kook-lead a guy. He made a headshot him with the Glock, just flying around the corner.
Oh,
like
no.
2 seconds and 3 headshots, and that round is over instantly. Beshler just... I mean, it looks like they responded quickly. They got into position to try and counter it, but the headshots finally came through for Norden. That's all the difference it takes. The flashbang means Lenarov has no chance of winning that 1v1 against Farouk with the superior firepower. Downside sprays through the vehicle as well. Long control conceded. Smoke player lurking on the A site, who so far seems to have gone undetected. That'll be Chris up close. Does manage to sneak through the smoke, but no, they've all been found out. One last player in Kirad's just checking the smoke, making sure he's not lurking there, but he's flying his way up Cat, and this is a peak that he's probably not all that interested in having to take.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. Nothing short of incredible. Well, how clean that push really was, and how clean these entries came in. That's what you need from Northern. This is how you solidify in the second half, especially here on T side. We're talking all about economy. That was the big advantage of Bechler, right? They could always purchase whatever they needed to, even in AWP on you know, Chris K every once in a while was possible. With the economy as of right now, if they win this round, you know, Northern is going to have the same advantage now, looking back at them. So who knows? It's going to stay dangerous.
And even with this kind of force buy, really not much utility to be spoken of at all on the CT side. One more round loss on this. That loss bonus currently sitting at 2,900, so a base of $3,000 unless they can get some kills on the board, maybe find some upgrades, some salvage utility.
Wow.
Lenaroff gets the first through the smoke, actually. He's got Tralolero lurking, just keeping his head down for now. It's over on the B bomb site, but the rest of the might of the CT squad is over here as Lenaroff peeks around the side of the boxes, lines them up perfectly. The MAC-10 gets one, but it won't get a second. Kirad's finishing the job, and it will be a victorious round for the CTs as the push down A long is thwarted.
Wow. That looked so close, though. That looked so close. Northern could have very much won that round as well. I've been saying it a million times today, but replay that round, it might go a different way. And this is we said, right, Northern economy's not going to be a problem for the half, depending on how clean they win it, obviously. But keep 4 players alive. This is going to change the entirety of your half. It's going to change everything, from game plan to what kind of weapons can you play, and so on and so forth. That's a shot to start things, though. Okay, that's revenge if I've ever seen one. Pops him off. I think maybe 1 or maybe 2, maybe I mean 3 shots at the most is what that was. Quick little burst, and finds the head, and another one. Okay, downside opens things up towards short. All opportunities now open. Doesn't really matter which bomb side, but if Chris K is there, it might be different. But he finds only 2.
Tralolero lurking. Last man standing on the B bomb side. He had a grenade in hand. Hyper Top Hat gets the god timing to catch him out. And any sense of momentum, any sense of an economy that might have been built up by the CT side has just been tied up, bagged up, thrown in a river. It's over. Nordin will win this round. No real attempt at all from Escade to try and commit to this. They will keep hold of 1 M4 suppressed going into what is the next round. But, I mean, that could just be enough to win the round. We saw it already once from Farouk with a 4K. The only weapon invested into that round early on into Nordin's CT half. This time, though, AKs, mostly dry peaks as well. Not really much utility to speak of on the T side, but it wasn't needed. Just land the headshots. Round's over. 9-7.
Indeed. It's yeah, direct answer. It's a direct answer towards that dominant round that we've seen.
It reset the loss bonus as well.
Yeah,
that's the big problem now. Yeah. 2,400 if they win this next round. They can't afford anything.
But both teams not really being an economic stronghold right now, to be honest. Like, even Norden, even if they win this round, like unless they win this round, a lot more pressure on Bechler. Only 2 more rounds. Make that 9-8 unless they win this round miraculously, make that 9-8, then kind of want to say, despite them being 1 round up, just because of the economy, I know it doesn't look perfect of Northern either, once again, depending on how they win this round, but still, 1 round is nothing in comparison to economy.
Well, even with no weapons really to speak of, Lenaroff is still there. They still play that one Bechler style buddy system. Don't let one go down unless you get the trade. They do manage to take 1 weapon out of the equation for Norden. Might not be enough to buy themselves a way back into this round. Escade, though, does get the drop on Farouk. He got caught out. There's just no angle, though. try and get vision over the top of the smoke. Tralolero with a Desert Eagle from long range, just trying to find any sort of damage. Gets a lot of tags onto Windway. Almost took a third AK out of the round as well with that peek through from CT ramp, but just not quite enough damage. So it will be 9-8 now in favor of one Bestler, but Nordin, who has the momentum, has the round advantage, has the utility, and Chris K has gone for the full investment. He's done playing games. He's gone for no helmet, no utility, but that AWP, he was finding use with that early on in the game. And oh no, the bomb was making its way down suicide, but he was holding that angle with the AWP, but he's backed away from it. He could have had a most impactful frag had he found Farouk lurking on that position, but not to be. Engagement's kicking off down mid, though, as Kirads has somehow found his way past two players. Two Ts. Almost takes down Windway. 12 HP again, but it's him who falls early.
As Kate now's got the chance to bring it back. Downside, though. What a headshot. What an important headshot as well. Will fall to the ground. Now Lenarov has to reposition. Quick smoke now off the back of that trade. And little as you know, every single player that remains is either towards top mid or towards long. So what he's doing right now, never mind, okay, so he's pushed that back up short. What he's doing right now might just be incredibly helpful if he has the timing down! You can't really expect that. Cardinal goes down immediately. What a push from Lenarov.
He's got another molly as well.
Read. And a smart read of that. 40 seconds though. As he, wants to be extra sure where he throws that Molotov.
But he can deny access to basically the whole bomb site. It's huge. It denies them so much time to make the push, but it doesn't matter. They find a way through it, and Farouk finds 2 quick kills regardless, even with the whole bomb site burning with those Molotovs that he found with the lurking kill through the smoke. They still get away to get on the site, get the bomb down, and get the round score tied up 9-9. CT economy in shambles. They do have the round loss bonus for next round to be a full buy though, so this might just be sacrifice with Deagles, a CZ on Chris. Just try and get picks wherever you can. Make it a costly round for the Ts, although their economy is pretty much fine for the rest of the game to at least have AKs until this maybe goes as far as overtime potentially. But this has to be a round where they get some damage dealt, get some economy built up, and set themselves up for those last few rounds to be big rounds for Bestler to try and make the comeback. First Desert Eagle shot not going to land. Escada cannot escape around the corner. Ran down by a mob of AK-47s, and Lenarov just lurking, trying to find an exit frag now.
I don't think it's going to happen, though. Unfortunately. Lenarov. Oh my word. Lenarov's angle gets spotted out as well. Cardinal checks it. Like the disciplined player that he is. And it looks like Norden will remake the comeback happen. They've been banking on that piss round, and they did get it. And I thought, okay, that's going to be it, right? Basically, we'll sooner or later win a couple of rounds again. They've done so in lots of rounds in a very convincing fashion on the T side, but no, it's been nothing but dominance on the T side. Norden off the back of that great economy, which by the looks of it, they don't even need. We'll take another round. We'll take the lead as well. Just 3 more rounds needed now, and they're very possible as well. That's what I wanted to say in the start. Just 3 more rounds needed now for Norden to take this first match, and yeah, just look at their economy. They can buy into the rest. I think it literally combined to the end of days. Like, they combine for the rest of this match. It doesn't need to matter anymore.
Well, we're getting silly now because Tralolero has decided that he doesn't want to spend money on actual weapons. He's gone Negev time. Just going to hold down mouse 1 and see what happens. But they've sent him over to B bomb site to be the lone turret to hold that position. Not really seen much action altogether over towards B side unless it comes with a bait attempt down long. Lenarov with a quick peek around the side. Chris K's AWP finds an opening. A reposition from Lenarov, but he can't quite get the knocks that he needs. And a trade from the nade from Escade. And now that push down long is looking like it's been picked off. Tralolero's Negev loses a 1v1, unsurprisingly, to Hyper Top Hat. And that opens the door maybe to a B bomb site push. A quick reposition from K Cardinal. He's going all the way through T, so maybe quick is the wrong word to use. It's going to be a long rotation. But that might just be enough time for doubts to start creeping into the minds of the CTs about whether this rotation is real or otherwise, or whether it is just going to be a bait and they're just going to go straight back onto the A-bomb site. Still have a Skade lurking up mid to try and find whatever information he can, but Chris K's position with the AWP could be a big one.
Depends on the enemies, whether or not they will really swing this. Oh, that's a great... And now he's got the time to reposition. Doesn't want to peek it right away. That means it might be a close-range duel. Now can he hit this? Chris K's done fabulous things so far. Missed the close-range shot. And that brings it back to a 2v1. But the tunnel push is coming in momentarily. Doesn't even see it. Cardinal's still alive though, still kicking. But surely that 2v1 is going to be one too much. One enemy too many. And there it is. AUG in hand. Besta will be back on the board now. It took a really long time. A way long time for them to have a chance at a round again. But this is the one. This is the one. 21th round coming up. 21st round, excuse me, coming up. And Besta back, equalizing things.
You could kind of see those doubts that had crept in. Even when Chris K got that opening pick in the B tunnels, they still took their sweet time rotating around to the B bomb site, weren't able to try and keep him alive, keep that extra weapon in play quickly. They were still unsure as to whether or not it was even going to be a commitment onto the B bomb site until it was a little too late to save him, but they at least managed to avenge. Now Farouk has an AWP of his own, but Trellalero gets caught. That's a big opening knock. A big opening pick. I keep saying knock, man. Wrong game, innit? Kirad's around the side with an AUG in hand. No ADSing. Doesn't land the tags, and downside gets a second. It's a 3 versus 5 in favor of Nordin. Lenerov lurking through the smokes in mid doors, and if he gets the timing right, there's 5 Ts ahead of him that he could try and find, but so much utility just cutting off Chris K. That AWP is useless in this scenario. Can do nothing to prevent the bomb going down. They might just go for a full retreat and try and play this to make it 10-11 and look to try and play for that final round.
I mean, it makes sense, right? With the position they've been given. They wouldn't have had a chance in this one anymore. Play for the 11-11. I'll make sure you survive with the AWP now, is the most important thing. Chris K especially has been so very dangerous on it. Okay, good thing Lenerov covers him from lower tunnels though. Otherwise, he might have been swamped. He still might be swarmed. Chris K now takes him down. Smart decision as well that they're hunting him. There's a lot of damage now. Dead. One more. Oh, Nordin, you gotta be careful. I mean, I said you can buy for the rest of this half, but I mean...
Yeah, they can.
I wasn't expecting all of you guys to just run in.
They're chilling. They've got so much money. They think it's worth spending their lives to try and take that AWP out of the hands of Chris K, but not able to do it. Really good cover from Lenerov. And a Skade picking up another exit frag on the opposite side. But hey, that's one way of getting that AWP out of play. Just dome him in the face with your own. Farouk wins the AWP battle down mid. Trellalero is lurking. He wants to try and recover that all-powerful weapon, but the flashbang sends him into an abyss of pure whiteness on his screen, and he loses the 1 versus 1. Top Hat with a peek. And now it's a 2-player advantage. Quickly make that 3 as Farouk hits another with his own AWP. And Nordin looking like they're about to reach match point.
Good shots. Farouk right there. With the last one, Nordin makes it map point, ladies and gentlemen. And that's not an easy one now for Besta to come back. This is yeah, it's actually kind of insane how fast that turnaround has happened, right? Basically, didn't even have time to think about it in the second half. They've just been swarmed every single round. Every time you think, okay, Baitler's going to come back, Nordin chimes into the mix. It's a crazy shot somewhere. And not even Chris K can have anything to say about that, right? Chris K now obviously has to choose as well. He's been the dominant factor for them. Choose as well wherever he wants to set up his defense. If they don't come his way, entry doesn't go your way, like here, like Windway opening things up towards short, and it gets really hard to retake things.
It's another pick as well as Top Hat finds Kirad's. That's on the A long, lurking behind car. The only player left, the only presence they have on A side is Trellalero with a P90. He just peeked out into 4 players. Did get some good damage onto downside, but nowhere close to enough to defend the bomb site as a solo. It's all on Chris K to try and keep his team alive. 1 versus 4. He doesn't even have a defuse kit, so he does not really have enough time to make it work. Gets the first on the peek around the side. Knows there's a second there. It's Farouk. AWP in hand. Only 3 HP. Chris does get a second. Switches over to the AK. It's got to be one taps. He's got to make it work. Too many angles, though.
Maybe. You say so, Cardinal. Wow, I thought it was going to... For the timing. Unfortunately, a little bit off. Cardinal played it smart as well. No sound anywhere to be found. Nothing he could really work with. But if anything could have done it, then it was going to be Chris Clay. 24 frags to 14 deaths, despite them losing. Especially in that second half, in quite a convincing fashion. It was meant to be, though. But I said the first 5 rounds, right, if you remember, they're going to show us whether or not this is going to be a close finals or whether or not someone's going to run away with it. I think you've got an answer, right? I wouldn't know who to pick for the next round.
Yeah, well, the one thing that they have going in their favor for Nordin is that was Beschler's favored map. I mean, they won that map 13-4 in the semifinals. So even though it was a close battle back and forth, and they really fell victim to Chris K and his AWP prowess a couple of times in some of those, particularly the mid rounds, they were able to fight their way back into it, get the advantage, and just cripple that CT economy when it mattered the most. Just every sort of key round, which was kind of a make or break round, where if Beschler was able to maybe put 2 or 3 rounds together on the board, they would have been fine. They could full buy a couple of times. They could afford to take losses. They never got to that point. They were always picked off just before that happened. Just seemed like Nordin just always got the better of them at the most inopportune moment for Beschler, and were able to come away cleanly with a 13-10 victory on Dust 2. Map 1 done. Nordin, 1 round advantage. 2 maps to go potentially before we decide who will get the crown of the Continental champions, or if Nordin wins their second map, which is their map pick on Ancient, well, they might be in some serious trouble.
Europe versus NA. The first duel that we saw in Rocket League. Fortunately, did come down to an NA-EU duel, and that was going the way of Europe indeed. This time around, we're not so sure anymore. Could go either way, ladies and gentlemen. We will find out after a very quick break.
Big W in game number 1 for Nordin on the Dust 2 map pick with a 13-10 performance. Farouk, easily MVP, 25 kills for himself, a 4K in the earlier rounds, and 28 flash grenades thrown throughout the whole thing. Stunning in every sense of the word was the performance from Farouk and all of Nordin as they take map number 1 up against Beshla. We're heading over to map number 2 very soon. Players are in lobby, ready to get going. We'll be heading over to Ancient as our map number 2, where Nordin, in their semi-final matchup earlier on, just a week ago, they picked up a win on this, 13-4, where once again, Farouk was instrumental in that victory. The lurk plays that he had from the B bomb site, controlling mid, he locked it down. He locked it down entirely. And that's something that they're going to have to try and deal with coming into this match.
We're talking Ancient next as the second map that's to be played. Could be a quick 2-0 sweep, depending on how well Norden plays. We did, however, start some of the players from Bechlin specifically. What kind of maps do you like to play? And I've talked about this earlier, right? As Kate said, that Ancient should be a pretty good map for them. So I'm expecting them to put up a good fight at the very least. Again, something that we've seen on Dust 2 as well. So, but yeah, they did rank Ancient actually better than Dust 2. I'm not sure I emphasized this previously, but yeah, they did say they're playing a little bit better here. So we'll have to wait and see. I think individually it wasn't really a problem for them. I wouldn't say the last game was down to just mechanical skill. It was a little bit cleaner on the T side for both teams. But Norden just a little bit more tactical finesse, a couple of setups being a little bit more, a little bit better on the entries as well. I can want to say, especially towards the A side of things. And if the same thing happens on entrance, who knows whether or not Bechley can really save themselves. We'll have to wait and see. One thing's for certain though, they will need Chris K again.
They absolutely will. This map a little bit more difficult for the AWP to have quite as much impact. The long-range sightlines don't really exist in the same form as on Dust 2. They still exist. I mean, you can still AWP down mid, maybe particularly over to the A bomb site as well, if teams like to push through the donut or even all the way to the far edges of the map, then you can still find positions for an AWP to have impact. It's just not quite as easily as on Dust 2. It's a lot more close-range engagements, particularly fights towards Cave on B bomb site. Some of those, I mean, this is the map where the auto shotgun reigns supreme. So who knows? We might get to see a little bit of a return to previous strategies for Nordin on this map once again. But this time around, it's going to have to be Beshla to pick up the win if they want to force this to go to a map number 3 and keep their tournament hopes alive, because it's map point now for Nordin. A victory here means a victory overall for the team out of North America. The combination of Nordstrom and LinkedIn looking like one of the more dominant teams. They even beat Beshla on their own map pick on Dust 2. Now they've just got to do it on their own to claim the title.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will see and find out whether or not that's going to be a quick 2-0 sweep here from Nordin. As we are heading into Ancient, as we've said, should be a good map in theory for both teams. Mechanically, already talked about this, right? We didn't see too many differences. There were the standout players here and there, but for both teams, I don't think that really was ultimately the deciding factor. Looks like it's going to be a quick B push here from Norden, starting on the T side. SK open things up. Quick action with a P2K. It's a good shot as well. Windway turns around though, finds one. There's still a player in the corner. Chris K, how can he not find anyone? That's very surprising to me. And Windway just keeps on going, pushes towards CT, finds the skate. Lenero brings it back though. Tralalero goes down. It's a 1v1. He has to look around the corner. Doesn't find it. Downside would have been a 8 HP, but it's not even needed. Nordin once again standing strong and looked kind of desperate in the midst of all of it, but they did find the duels they needed to. And look at this, 1-0.
It's a strat that was employed in last week's semi-final matchup as well for Nordin on Ancient. Just straight up B rushes, particularly on the pistol rounds, and it was just as potent there. Little chaotic back and forth. Some of the engagements could have easily gone the other way if a headshot was landed, but not to be. Now Farouk on the MAC-10 catches as the CTs try to make an aggressive play, sprinting their way down mid, but the MAC-10 just farms them all. 8 HP for Farouk, makes no difference. 3 kills on the board. Oh, quick tag though from Tralalero. His second kill of the match. And the Desert Eagle, oh, I mean, that nade did so much damage. Farouk gets his fourth. The second time he picks up a 4K. And Trallalero, even with a deagle, does manage to find a little bit of impact, but nothing more. It's an easy follow-up round for Nordin. That's Farouk. 4K with a Mac-10. He's done it again.
Yeah, the chat is active as well, asking if Farouk is already signed. Seems to be crazy, this guy. Seems to have his own fan base in the chat as well. you can only respect it. So yeah, hats off to you, Farouk. Also, I'm really disappointed in you. You know, saying Trallalero every time without the Italian accent. Just not it's supposed to be. You know?
He's not Italian. He's German. I can't do it in a German accent. You shout at me.
You beat me right there. You beat me on this one. Karatis. Oh, opens things up. Nice Cardinal on the other side. Downside is immediately there for the trade. They will find the one plant. Hyper's got connected as well. Molotov holds off. Any pushes here from Bechler as well. Kiritz looking to find potentially another one. Slowly creeps through the smoke. If he pushes this at the right time, it might be perfect, but support is not there in time. Farouk finds one. Downside Windway. Each are getting every single player that's kind of pushing from behind all the middle section. And just like that, all the defenses score. Norden find themselves 3-1, 3-0 up, and Bechler has to start fragging now. Especially wise. I think they've lost the majority of the last 10 rounds, maybe even 15 rounds that have been played. Ever since that first out of the first map has been gone, has concluded, they haven't really found much anymore. That's gonna gnaw on you. That's gonna make you think, what's happening? How is Norden running away with things?
That Molotov that cut off the entry point from mid bought so much time, just placed it out front of the entrance into cave. Left really no opportunity for the CTs to try and make any sort of play with support onto the A-bomb site. They just steadily got picked apart, and again, it's that B rush just swarming the site. Maybe an up-close engagement now onto the bomb site itself, and at cave as well, as there's a bit of a lurk. Kirads gets caught out, though, looking up through middle. Escade is burning. That's over on the B bomb site. I think he heard the damage being dealt. Chris K with one, though, with the CZ. At least makes it not a clean sweep of a round, but Farouk, with that final headshot onto Lenarov as well, will leave Trallalero all by himself. P90 in hand once again. 3 kills for himself. Highest fragger on his team so far. If he gets one more, he's equaled his score from Dust 2. And that won't be it, I think. Nope, not quite. Farouk gets the turnaround. Maybe one more tag might have got it if it was a headshot, but Farouk with another 3K. He's up to 9 kills already in just 4 rounds. Farouk is an unstoppable beast.
Unstoppable beast indeed. 9-1. It's kind of a crazy scoreline, right? And on the other side, the one man that we've been waiting for to kind of pop off for Bechler, Chris K on 1-4. CT side in general has not been his strong suit. If he plays always at the wrong time, wrong place, wrong time. And, well, same could be said by Lenarov in this round. Immediately taken down. Onslaught of players running through mid towards Donuts. And they will find one again. There it is, though. Chris K. Now they've located him. Let's see if they still stick towards that B side. Can he do more? He's got the AWP in hand as well. Chris K goes down. Molotov isolated. No chance. And it looks like 0-5 is on the card now. Is on the table now, excuse me. But SK, smart push here. Behind the smoke already. Peeks just in time. Finds Windway. Molotov towards Donut. Might even give him the chance to stick to the fuse. He doesn't know it just yet. But both players would have been towards the left-hand side.
Does not have a smoke. Can't cut off the line of sight. The peak could have always occurred, but really good utility from Nordin. As soon as they found Chris K on the bomb site, they just threw that Molotov to isolate the fast rotation from CT. Smoke grenade to follow it up as well. No way for a player to get back on the site and provide any support before Chris K was overrun. And that AWP, the all-important weapon in the hands of Chris K, only lasted about a minute before it was taken out of the round. And they didn't even do him the service of picking it up. It's not worth it. They don't want it. They're getting enough joy with the AKs as it is. And that's going to leave one Bechler down to the pistols again. 5 rounds unanswered. Escade, though, does land a headshot onto Windway. Doesn't manage to make the escape, though, and nor does Lenaroff or Tralalero. They're quickly traded all across the map. And once again, just one player standing. It's Kirads trying to make a move up through mid towards Donut, but K Cardinal is watching the backline angle. Picks up the AK. There's one. Doesn't transfer the spray onto Top Hat, though.
Oh. Man, that's dangerous now. We're heading into dangerous territory. I mean, it has to be said, though, that both teams really did perform well on the T side of things, so I wouldn't say this is done and dusted just yet, but it's, I mean, just in terms of confidence alone, Norden has to be favored so massively at this point that it's going to be so tough for one basically, at least in this half, to bring things back. They will need to piss around. I think that's the absolute minimum that they need next round. They need at least 2 more rounds in the first half. Then I think it could be possible. This is a good start. This is finally what I've been looking for from Bechle. Quick peek towards middle. Through the gaps of it, they will find Farouk, and that's the most valuable player, at least as it stands right now, being taken out by Bechle.
And this time they got the smokes and the Molotov in position in time to prevent any fast plays through mid. A quick peek over the top of the smoke. Cardinal gets caught out. Kirads disappears back through the smoke, maybe anticipating a follow-up peek. But taking mid control really cut off one of the lines of attack, the lines of approach. Lenaroff gets another as well. The Skade does get taken out. They've actually gone back in towards mid. It's Donut. They've got a double peek through. It's Tralalero with the AWP. He hears the footstep. He goes for the no-scope. Trade doesn't come in time, but Chris K has an AWP of his own. They've gone for a double AWP setup. And it's finally enough to get them on the board with a round.
You know, yeah. If nothing else works, just go for the double AWP. I mean, that's... look, it even worked. I mean, they've been proven right. They've been proven right, so... It has to work, apparently. That's I mean, it's a dangerous strat and ancient, but if it does work, it works out really, really well. Chris K still on that best kid, unfortunately. Okay, never mind. He will pick up that M4 as well. Obviously, he does. There should have been enough money as well. Can they find another entry, though? They will find an entry, but it's traded. Windway is there. It's been really fortunate as well for Bechle. Wherever they go for an entry, they're meeting players right away. So information play, unfortunately, has been denied almost every single time.
Oh, this guy cannot be held back. He pushes so far through. Tralalero basically pushing into T-spawn alone. Even getting one player there is pretty impressive, but it does mean that there's an open entry onto the bomb site. But it buys a lot of time for the rest of the squad to start making their rotation. Numbers advantage as well, with Chris K picking up another. But, oh, the Molotov burns down so much damage as Escape tries to push forward. They line up for the spray, but Lenaroff gets the trade regardless. 50 HP on the last 2 remaining players. Top Hat just lurking around the side. Grenade will get some damage onto Cardinal. It's traded up, picked up by Lenaroff. But they don't know about Top Hat's positioning. They get the smoke down in time, trying to deny the defuse. They can't prevent it through the smoke. He gets the kill. The AWP is taken out of play, but the round goes to Bechle regardless.
Oh, he was almost on point there. If the first spray would have hit the play in the smoke, would have hit Chris K immediately, they would have won the round as well. That's an important round to win, though. I mean, that's much more important for Bechle to secure this one than it is for Norden. By a multitude, I'd say. Yeah, by a big factor, actually. They wouldn't have won this round. But it would have been tough. We see a negative play, by the way, from Tralalero Tralala.
Of course.
Which, unfortunately, isn't on the correct side of things. As it's going to be a quick push on towards B. And once again, works out perfect. I don't think it's ever not worked. Yeah. Unfortunately for Bechle, they will find an entry and the bomb.
Even with winning that round, with every player getting picked off, every single weapon taken out of the picture, they just don't have the funds to buy the smokes, the Molotovs, the flashbangs to prevent that kind of push, especially when there's only one player holding down that B bomb site. And they're just going to give this up completely. Not even going to try and play for picks, try and play for exits. They're just holding on to what they've got for now. Kirads is going to have to be maybe donated, Deagle, something. Try and give him an opportunity to find some kind of pick in this round, maybe. With them getting the win in the previous round, that is a full reset on their loss bonus, so minimum funds coming in. So maybe it makes the most sense just to try and keep as many weapons in action for this 10th round of play. 2-7 the scoreline. Norden Just reverting back to their good old-fashioned B rush. It works out perfectly once again.
Yeah. Not really an answer to it. I mean, I kind of want to Chris K maybe change sides, especially if has that AWP. That's kind of like that'd be my easiest solution as, you know, a coach with absolutely no knowledge. But kind of seems obvious, doesn't it? But even then, like, the shots have been so on point for Norden that I'm not even sure if that's going to help you. Off the back of that round, if you've just won barely, diffuse the smoke, you immediately get shot down again. That's once again going to be very, very tough for your confidence. Almost a quicker entry towards the B side again, but it's just a bait, it's just a fake. Just like that, they've already taken the opposite side. Escade! Oh no, that's unfortunate. He tried to watch for more, and he needed to. His teammates were already falling, so smart on Escade's part. We've all been in this situation. Sometimes the easiest shots are the toughest one to hit. So no fault there. He needed to go for more. It was the smarter play of things. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Bachelor once again struggling to find any sort of connection here in this first half. It's going to come down to the T half. That much we know already. Whether or not they're going to have a 3 or a 2 there, that's going to be the question ultimately that we have to answer.
I mean, they're saving weapons to try and give themselves an opportunity to make this not an entirely disastrous half, but it's already not looking good. That being said, Norden did come back from an 8-4 deficit on Dust 2 to win off the match. So if they can win these final 2 rounds, if Chris K can put that AWP to use, if they can win the coin flip on where Tralalero is holding, no Negev in sight this time around, but it just seems like rushing a bomb site one way or another just always seems to work out in favor of Norden. Whether it's sending them all to B, over towards A, doesn't really matter. Wherever they go, they find joy. They need to try and find some way of stemming that bleeding. They've doubled up on B bomb site this time, but it's the push straight up mid. It's a big pick for Lenerov, though, as downside starts to lurk early into Donut. And the follow-up of utility just bombards him out of the equation. It's a quick rotation from Escade. Chris K gets the opening, though, and a Molotov down to try and buy himself some time for the rotation to come through. But Escade got caught. The Molotov's still burning. Kirads gets Windway down. It's 2 versus 1. Big flank as well for Tralalero all the way through T-spawn.
Chris K really making that one happen. Somehow survives throughout all of it for so very long until his teammates arrived. That's going to bring Farouk, who's got his own little fan base in the chats, into serious trouble. It's 2 versus 1. If he does the play to the smoke, it would work out perfectly. Does he expect to play on the other side to be there, though? Doesn't hit the shot. Wow, Kirit's even with the awareness that he could sneak out this way. That's crazy. Good read on both of these players. Amazing read, actually. That's not an easy read to do. 3-8 as a result. Bechtle with another chance. Could even make it 4-8 here. That'd be really good, actually. If they make it 4-8 and win the pistol round, I'll take it all back. They've got a chance in this one.
Well, that's no easy feat. Still got to get this round over the line, and they're still at a firepower disadvantage. Lenerov still only on the MP9. Of course, Norden just having the funds to stack everyone up, not only with AKs, but with secondary weapons as well. Downside, lurking through the smoke, catches Kirads as he tries to make a push through. Already took a big chunk of damage from a frag grenade that was tossed in his direction, and around the side, every single trade going the way of the T's. Lenerov is last standing with the MP9 long range. Far from ideal. 9-3 round secured as Norden once again stroll onto the B-bomb site uncomposed, undefended, unopposed. And they get themselves their 9th round on the board as we head into the second half of what could potentially be the final map here of the Continentals Company Esports World Cup final between one Bechtle and Norden. Map advantage Norden, round advantage Norden. Bechtle have a mountain to climb, and they've got to start it off with a pistol round.
It's kind of do or die now. I mean, it's 100%. I'm not even kind of 100% is do or die now. If Bechtle doesn't win this, it's going to be super, super tough. They're up for a quick push, and it's actually kind of going that way. Chris K is still alive, though. That's the good news. Even though the train's still really going down favor. But Trallalero falls. Chris K, it's all onto Chris K now. Can he bring them back into this round? He needs to hit amazing shots. He does a little bit of damage, but it's not enough. 13 HP. Downside and Hyper on 56 and 100. They will just rush him down. Hyper through the corner. Wide peak headshots in play. It's 10-3 as they are making their way closer and closer towards match and map point here at the Continentals Company Esports World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going down to the wire here. Norden might just run away here.
Farouk, what are you talking about? How are you getting a 3K from that position? Just standing out in the open. 3 swift taps and 3 Bechtel players fall, and now we're really in danger territory because Downside has bought out the secret weapon. The XM1014. Auto shotgun. And it's the MP9s doing the damage. Farouk actually comes a headshot from behind. Good to see if his teammate. Downside gets one with the auto shotty. And Trallalero. You would not want to be here in this situation, would you? Being ran down by SMGs, shotguns, Downside, just spamming shots, headshots as well. 2 rounds to go for Norden to raise the trophy, claim the title of champions. They've really got to find a way to try and fight back now. 8-round deficit. One Bechler needs 10 rounds to keep themselves in play. Norden only need 2. And that was a dominant defensive round from them. Just rushing aggression. Down B towards ramp. And they're doing it again, straight up mid. Look at the damage.
He comes through. Wow. I didn't even need to shoot much anymore. Even the auto shotgun. The XM2000 doing lots and lots of work. 12-3 match map points. I mean, I hate to say it, Saga, but that one was way too quick.
That was the power of having utility on your CT side. They just threw grenades. You saw all the health bars went straight red. Just a couple of taps from MP9s, auto shotguns. It's game over.
But disregard the round. I'm talking generally. Getting to 12th round so far for Norden has been super, super dominant. I'm sure. I mean, it has to be Ancient, right? Because first half does too. It looked like Bechtel was going to run away with it. For sure. I was for sure thinking they're going to run away with it. And now it's 12-3. And by the looks of it, Bechtel no chance on Ancient. That's how close these two teams are also on some skill set that a map can make that much of a difference. 3-3 though, it's not over yet. Oh.
Hold. Oh, Farouk sends what was an even battle uneven once again. Hyper just not been able to land that all-important AWP shot, but he gets it again as Chris K goes for the repeat. Lenaroff 1 versus 3 to try and keep his team alive. He even gets a bit of assistance as a team nade takes about 20 HP off Hyper. But he's got to try and find a way to get through 3 players of Norden. He does not have the bomb. And worst of all, Farouk is still alive. 22 kills for him in just 15 rounds. Outrageous.
Outrageous indeed. It's all down to Lenaroff. Can he keep Bechtel in play? Or is it going to be Norden that will win the Continentals Company Esports World Cup in a dominating second map? And I think they've narrowed it down where this player is. They know that he's got to be somewhere towards that B side. Lenaroff takes one, will be shut down. Hyper's going to finish it off. Last frag goes his way. 20 frags for Lenaroff as they will take victory 13-3. Anshin has just been their map, ladies and gentlemen. It has absolutely been their map, and we can honestly say congrats. Deservingly so. That second map was too convincing as, honestly, as to make a point that it should have gone to a third map. Nord Stream and LinkedIn, that cooperation seems to be working out quite well, and they will take it. They will win the Counter-Strike 2 finals here at, once again, the Continentals. Unbelievable scenes. Also, Bechtel, they had their chance at the first map. If they would have gone differently, would have for sure seen a third map.
26-7 is their aggregate round count on Ancient across both semifinals and finals. If someone can figure out a way to try and stop them, well, it's unfortunately neither of the teams that they've played against here, because Ancient has been home territory for Team Norden, and no one has been able to even set foot anywhere on that site, regardless of how good they've looked on other maps. Dust 2 was a close affair, back and forth. Bechler getting the advantage in the early stages, but losing out just to some of those key engagements. It was an economical victory that was kind of grinded out by Nordin on map number 1, but map 2 was just straight up dominance. And as soon as we switched sides, well, we saw the Nordin strategies, the MP9s, the grenade spam, the auto shotgun came out to play. And Beshla just simply did not have a response. They had nothing that they could do other than sit back and congratulate Nordin on taking victory once again for the Continentals Company Esports World Cup. Well-deserved victory. Very, very solid set of games from Nordin, and such a swift ending to things on Ancient as well, just making short work of their opposition.
Yeah, mentally broken after that second half of Dust 2, and that's how it started again in the first half there. Who knows, maybe if they would have started on the T half, on the T side of things, that's where really things were working out for both teams on Dust 2 as well. It's obviously easier to do that if you don't have a really structured, set-in, default, kind of really played-in team on the other side, which I expect none of them to really be. They probably have had limited times of really training in that roster. At least not to the grand scheme of things that we usually have in esports, right? But you put thousands of hours into a team like this. So that makes T-Side just a tiny bit easier, to break through some of these defensive lines that we've seen. But either way, right? They had the chance in the first match. It could have gone their way. The opportunities were there. Maybe one pistol round on the second half that goes their way would have changed things as well. Surely would have. And who knows, maybe they would have been a point instead of, obviously, LinkedIn Nordstrom. So, yeah. Decisive, but also kind of close, at least in the first map.
A million different ways that a tournament like this could end, but in the end, this is it. It's Nordin with a dominant victory here in the CS2 finals. Congratulations also to the teams as well that were competing in all of the tournaments that we had. We had Dota 2 events, we had League of Legends, we've had Valorant, all kinds of tournaments going on across EU and NA here with CEA and Metagame. It's been a really cool event. Really fun to see the teams coming together from their own companies in all parts of the world to compete against one another. But over here, we've had Rocket League and we've had CS2, both of which were intense in their own ways. Rocket League was a really tight affair, down to the wire, close matches all the way through. CS, perhaps a little less so, but then again, Farouk wasn't playing Rocket League, so what can you really say? He's a one-man army, he's tough to deal with, and Beshla just did not have the responses. So again, congratulations to Nordin. That is going to be all for the Continentals. It's been a really fun affair. Any final words before we send it off, Alex?
I mean, Beshla, I know you didn't win it, but at least the second place is nice, I guess. Same way you did in the regionals. Yeah, unfortunately, you are yet to find a trophy,
no.
but I'm sure.
Don't do that to him.
I'm sure you will find the trophy eventually. Like, keep on grinding like this. The regionals, sure as hell, are not tougher than this. So, you'll get another chance. Wow. I'm sure you'll get another chance. I'm sure we'll see Beshla on one of the cups following the metagame Discord. I'm sure you'll find a win eventually.
That's crazy that you just did that to them. Add it to the pile of top 2 finishes, but still trophyless goes Beshla, but Nordin have claimed their title. That's it now for the Continentals Company Esports World Cup. Be sure to head around into the Discord to see if maybe ask around at your place of work. See if you might be able to find some people who are interested in esports, regardless of what game it is. Put a team together and get involved. Head over to the Discords and the social medias, all at the links below, to get involved in the next time we run an event like this, the Brawls, the Continentals. It's all good fun. But for now, that is it. CS2 over and done with. Congratulations again to Nordin. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.